declassified, but
That's right.
you lived through it. And
Interesting time.
one of the intriguing aspects of it to me, since I learned remote viewing at SRI,
Yeah.
you heard me give a presentation about it
Right.
recently, and there was very informal. They just said, close your eyes, give yourself permission, and
Yeah.
do it. But in the military, if I understand it correctly, soldiers such as yourself were trained to do remote viewing the same way you might be trained to clean your rifle.
That's right. The military wants everything uniform. And so we worked in a uniform way. A man named Ingo Swan had developed a process, which nobody believes me on this. It is not psychic. It's an interview and report process, but you interview the psychic part of your subconscious mind and report what it says. But it's called controlled remote viewing. The process itself has nothing to do with psychic. It's an interview and report. And because of that, we've been able to teach it to anybody. And there have been people out there who say, I can teach you to be psychic. No, you already are psychic. I can teach you how to get the information from your subconscious to your conscious, to a piece of paper.
So, but the key, if I understand it properly, is that the people who go through this training program need to be pre-screened so that they have some ability to begin with.
Not really. We have found basically that if you're afraid of it or have religious bias against it or something like that, then you won't do it. The other type is that if you are gullible, you're not discerning. And in this, we know that a large part of the information you get from your subconscious is in symbolic terms and is prone to be misinterpreted and all that.
Like a dream.
Like a dream. And so if you are, I say gullible, okay, that anything you get in remote viewing, you believe 100%, and you have no discernibility to say, oh, that's symbolic, rather than, then you can do it, but you won't be good at it. And so we've never found anybody who can't do it.
Well, wasn't there also an issue about mental stability?
Mental stability, oh yeah. We took psychological tests before being allowed into the unit. They didn't want unstable people in the unit, of course, you don't want unstable people in any unit that's got guns or anything, But they had the psychological test to get into the unit. But as far as training anyone, we've never really found anyone who can't ask a question and report the answer.
And now I know subsequently, since the program was closed, you've been training hundreds of people.
I've trained about 1,000 people so far, both in the government. The thing is, it was limited to the unit. Once I got out, the people in the government who knew that, I was the trainer, I got called back into the government many times, said, hey, can you teach us this too? And so I did, and did a lot of work for other units in the government.
In other words, there are many government units today that probably still have personnel who were trained to do remote viewing by you.
Well, yeah, but this was like 20 years ago, and they're probably all retired by now. Now, if they taught somebody else, yeah.
So the probability that there are programs active today, like the one at Fort Meade, which is now
Yeah.
known, that's a very real probability.
I would hope so. I've always said that we did good work,
Yeah.
and that it would be really foolish for the government to get rid of this ability to collect intelligence. That changes the question to, does our government ever do anything foolish? And I'm afraid I know the answer to that one.
Well, I've always been amazed that the U.S. government, as good as it sometimes is, have the capability of managing a program as controversial as one dealing in parapsychological phenomena.
Well, in many ways, the U.S. government is not to be mistaken for the intelligence services. The government will say, "Oh, I don't want to get caught doing this." No, the intelligence services will say, "Hey, if this works, we're going to use it."
Okay.
And
the fact that you could operate for so many years in secret probably helped.
Yeah, and the fact is, we were not one of those black units that just got funded and kept on. We had to go into Congress every year, show what we had done that year. We were never funded for more than 1 year at a time. And for close to 20 years, we would go in, prove ourselves to Congress, and get funded for one more year. And so when the CIA came out and said, "Oh, this never produced any stuff," it wasn't even a good lie. It was just a bald-faced lie.
Yeah.
But they had to do that,
Why did they have to do it?
To basically cover their tail for why they were getting rid of a good intelligence asset.
Well, I have heard rumors that towards the end of the program, the Cold War had ended, but there was also discussion that the management of the program was deteriorating.
Very much so, yeah. And the management had deteriorated to the point where yes, it had.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me just say that.
All right. I can understand there's some details you can't get into yet, but I had heard, for example, that maybe you can comment on this. A lot of time was spent doing things like looking at UFO activity and things that couldn't be corroborated very easily.
That happened, but I always make this distinction. We got UFO targets as practice targets and things. We were never officially, here's the word, officially.
Yeah.
We were never, to my knowledge, officially tasked with UFO or ET targets. Now, that doesn't mean that some senator or someone wouldn't come by the unit and say, "Hey, can you do me a favor?" But that was not official tasking. Through official channels, I don't think we were ever officially tasked with ET targets. It's just one of those minor little distinctions that really makes a difference.
And let me ask another question along these lines. I have heard rumors, and I've never had any direct experience myself with the Fort Meade side of things, but that there were people involved who considered themselves psychics or witches. Is there anything to that?
No. Who considered themselves psychics, yes, and natural psychics. And there were a couple who were not controlled remote viewers who were doing tarot cards and things like that. And that distracted. Now, some of the guys in the unit, not me, I saw what they were doing, and I was keeping data on it. I had some respect for it, but started calling them witches. And I think that was unfair because they weren't.
You mean the tarot card readers?
Yeah,
I see.
and that was just unfair. You know.
Okay. Well, but that gets to the question of morale inside of a unit of this.
The morale went down. Yeah. The management went down. The morale went down, and yeah, it happens.
Well, because even in organizations of a religious nature or an esoteric nature, there's always sort of...
well, the Cold War had come to an end, and, you know, we had been doing good intelligence work, and now then we had so much time where we were viewing pictures in envelopes for practice and doing National Geographic, you know, what's on page 25 of next month's National Geographic, and that's demoralizing. You know, it really is. When you get good intelligence agents who aren't being used, that's demoralizing.
And I think it's important that we emphasize that the people working in remote viewing did not consider themselves psychics, really.
That's right. Yeah, we were trained in a methodology, created by Ingo Swann, that let us access our subconscious mind, and in the process gain intelligence information from that couldn't be gotten in any other way. And this is another thing, that we were always the last resort. If they couldn't get information with spy in the sky satellites or something, like Joe McMoneagle's thing where he viewed the inside of a building and found the boomer submarine.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we were always the last resort, which didn't mean that we weren't used. We were used all the time.
Yeah.
But, many times they would get our information. Now, I don't know of any time when they ever sent any the troops out on our information alone, but they never send the troops out on anybody's spy in the sky satellites and all. They have to corroborate.
Multiple corroboration.
Yeah. And
but what you're saying is that your unit had clients in other parts of the government, various organizations, typically, I suppose, part of the intelligence community.
Yeah, mostly,
And they would come upon intractable problems.
That's right.
They couldn't resolve through normal means, and so they knew that they could then task your unit.
And often did, And we were often very instrumental in helping them solve their problems because we provided information many times that made all their other information corroborate and give new meaning. And they would find, we did a lot of drug interdiction work. We did a lot of work for, Grenada, for Desert Storm.
Your initial Gulf War.
Yeah, the initial Gulf War.
Yeah.
And, we did a lot of good. I think we saved a lot of lives. I think there are a lot of ex-military who are home with their families now that would not have been if we hadn't been there. And they'll never know. And we'll never know who they are. But I firmly believe that there are a lot of people alive today who would not have been. A lot of families who have husbands and fathers that they wouldn't have had,
Well, that must be very gratifying.
It is. Yeah, it really is.
At this point in your life, since you've been away from the military now for a few decades, you've branched out more. Yes.
This has moved into the civilian community once it was declassified.
Yeah.
Now, the remote viewing was never classified. The fact that the government used it That was classified.
Yeah.
And once it moved into the civilian arena, it just went directly to police work.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, we have been finding new applications. We've done space exploration, moon development, lunar development projects, business.
Now,
and so
maybe
on.
you could define a lunar development project. I'm a little bit unclear on.
One that we did, okay?
Uh-huh.
Lunar Development Corporation
Mm-hmm.
wanted to know how to build a safe place for the first workers who would go to build the first facility
So
on the
it's,
moon.
it's a technology problem.
It's a technology problem. And we sort of cheated on this one. We went to the future to describe the building that was there already. Instead of trying to figure out how to do it,
Okay.
we just went to the future and said, describe the building as, it's
Okay.
there. We found that they had taken a small crater, put a plastic bubble over it that was, special so that it would cut out the radiation and all that. Filled it with 16 pounds of pressure, which is sea level, and not enough to break the plastic. And the crater itself made an air barrier, and so it provided a place for them. And also, since it was soft plastic, if a meteorite hit it, they took rolls of duct tape and
Fixed it.
fixed it over
I
the hole.
see.
It didn't shatter anything. And but that was one of the projects we did, for that. We do work for businesses. They have so much money. They have 20 projects and enough money for 2. And they want to know what the future results of any project is going to be, so that it winds up being a self-fulfilling prophecy, because the ones we say get funded and so they succeed. But we've been able to manage to help them, help corporations make money and grow. We do a lot of medical work. We do a lot of police work, things like that, and research and development.
How intriguing. Well, it's a brave new world.
It is, yeah.
Out there.
And we've been able to help, and-
Well, Lynn Buchanan, once again, thank you so much for sharing
Oh,
this
well, thank you.
with me and with our viewers.
Good, okay.
And thank you for being with us.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today we're going to explore controlled remote viewing. With me is Lynn Buchanan. He is the author of The Seventh Sense, Remote Viewing Secrets as Told by a Psychic Spy for the U.S. Military. He is also the executive director of a corporation based in Alamogordo, New Mexico called Problems, Solutions, Innovations. For 8.5 years, he was a member of the remote viewing program run by the U.S. Army at Fort Meade, Maryland, and in fact was the training officer for that program. Welcome, Lynn.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be here.
It's a pleasure to be with you. And now we're going to focus specifically on this process known as controlled remote viewing. And you have a shirt that says CRV on it, and I see it says describe, don't identify.
That's right. This is one of the things we found out very early on, that the conscious mind uses nouns. The subconscious doesn't. It uses descriptors and symbology and all that. And so we just made the rule: no nouns. Describe. Don't try to tell me what the target is, just describe the target. And we found out that more clarity comes out in the description than if you name it. Also, we found out that a remote viewer, if let's say the subconscious wants to tell you red, all it wants to tell you is that something about the target is red. And so it gives you the symbol of a big fire truck. Your conscious mind says, fire truck, there must be a fire. And it starts building this whole scenario of buildings burning down and all that. All it wanted to tell you was red. And so nouns go to the side. We just put them aside. The subconscious mind will pass information through the body. It doesn't use words. It uses pictures and feelings and emotions and all that. And so we found that Ingo Swann, who created controlled remote viewing, found that if you pay attention to your body instead of to your subconscious mind, you'll get the information more clearly. And so he started out by saying, okay, we're going to make a sort of a language. And he gave us 7 things: water and land and such as that. And he said, okay, draw just a minimal graphic representation of water. And everybody generally goes,
So waves.
wave. Okay, how about land? And just like the wax on, wipe off, he'll do this thousands of times until you become so bored with it, you're not consciously paying attention. He'll say water and your hand goes like this as a knee-jerk reaction. That has trained the body to tell you when there's water. And so then once you get that, he'll say, okay, I have a picture in an envelope here, describe it. And your hand goes like that. And you do waves and something with a 90-degree angle. And by that time you've learned, I don't know what's in the envelope, but it's something with water and something that's manufactured. 90-degree angle.
90-degree angle.
He opens the envelope and here's this boat sitting on the ocean. And simple targets like that. And then over a long period of time, you get more and more complex targets and so on.
So it's never a question of telling anybody how to be psychic.
No, you are psychic. The controlled remote viewing process is simply a thing where you say, okay, I want to know what's at the target. That's part of you that is already psychic. Gets the information, passes it back through the body, and of course after the first stage where you're doing these little lines, you start getting feelings, you start getting, like in a daydream, you start seeing colors, you start smelling smells and all that, but it's all the body. You're paying attention to the body. The body acts as a translator between the subconscious and the conscious. It's a martial art. It really is a martial art. Just like, a wax on, wipe off. And because of that, we have never found anybody who can't learn it and you don't have to be some psychic. And in fact, in the military unit, after I'd been there for a while, they decided, okay, we're going to call Military Personnel Center, and have them give us the first name out of the computer of somebody who needs a new reassignment. We got this woman in named Linda, and she had never had any psychic experience in her life. She didn't believe in it or anything.
Basically selected at random.
Selected at random. She wound up to be one of our best viewers because she could take instruction.
And there are other stories like that.
Yeah, a lot of them, yeah.
But some people are obviously more talented than others.
Yes, they are. And many times they will find that it's easier to get the information and report it. But it's also usually harder to train them because they're so, they want to be psychic.
So in other words, people who've come to you who believe they already are psychic are going to be more difficult to work with.
They're going to be more difficult to work with. And there have been a couple where we just had to get them reassigned and say, you won't give up this woo-woo type stuff. And we're soldiers. We're intelligence collectors. We don't do woo-woo. And so there were a couple that that probably were good psychics that we just had to say, here's a good reassignment for you.
So when you were read into the remote viewing program at Fort Meade, and then your training began, how long did that training last?
As far as me learning to be an expert master remote viewer, I'll let you know when it happens. I've been in this for, 35 years?
And you're still learning.
I'm still learning. We are absolutely in kindergarten. We're learning secrets of the mind and what the mind can do, and it's just phenomenal. We've just barely scratched the surface. But with the CRV, with the controlled remote viewing, you first learn that wax on, wipe off process.
Now, why do you call it wax on, wipe off?
Because it's all physical. In the movie, the Karate Kid, wax on, wipe off, and one day the master takes a swing at the kid and his hand goes up without thinking. And when you get to where it's such, you've practiced it for so long that the minute your subconscious says there's water at the site, your hand goes like this. That's it. It really is a martial art.
I see. And so the idea is to train the instincts.
Train the instincts. And to train the physical body so that it reacts to subconscious information.
Well, okay, now let's use the metaphor of the martial art. A good martial artist will spend their whole life practicing, but at some point you achieve a brown belt, a black belt. I would imagine, if we're talking martial arts, that a talented person can become a black belt in 3 years. I'm guessing.
I would be surprised at that, but but for the remote viewing, when I went into the unit, they said it's going to take at least 2 years to become proficient. They started working me as a proficient remote viewer after 6 months. Now, when this Linda came into the unit, she took to the training, and she was a military person. She took to the training, and I think it was about 3 or 4 months before she was working operations. And there's a thing called morphic resonance, and it's often called the 100th monkey theory. I really believe in that. The more people who learn to do this, I think the easier it becomes for more people.
Uh-huh.
And
In other words, there's sort of a pattern in the zeitgeist that
That's
new
right.
people can pick up on.
yeah, and now we've got people who come for a 3-day class, and at the end of it, they're doing work that we were doing after 6 months. It's been just a phenomenal growth pattern.
In other words, there may be changes going on in the culture as a whole that are making it possible for people to do better and faster work.
That's right, yeah. And the process, though, you do the wax on, wipe off. That's called stage 1.
Okay.
At some point, you get to where you say, oh, there's water. And you say, tell me about the water. Oh, I don't know. And you say, the monitor says, taste, texture, temperature. And the viewer says, oh, tastes salty. Because they get a little salty taste.
Yeah.
That's your body giving you the information from the subconscious. And you start describing the water. And you say, well, tell me about the land. Oh, it feels sandy or something, you know. Tell me about the person. And it grows like that. And you start learning to describe. Then that's stage 2. We get into stage 3 where you sketch. Get into stage 4 where you say, okay, you say the person is tall. Tell me how tall. And as these stages grow that Ingo Swann made, you get more and more detailed information. By the time you get up to like stage 8, you can draw computer boards. You can draw the floor plans to buildings halfway around the world. We got to the point where we could pretty well read documents that were in safes locked halfway around the world. It's amazing where this goes, but it's a highly structured technique. There's no woo-woo, there's no close your eyes and imagine or anything like that. It's all a uniform military way that gets information from your subconscious out onto a piece of paper where you can hand it to a general and they can, you know.
But let me ask you this question. I have heard the phrase used by one proponent of remote viewing. He calls it military grade remote viewing and implies that it's 100% accurate all the time.
No, it's not.
Under the best of circumstances, how accurate would you say it has been?
I kept the database, okay? We had an average of 82.7% accuracy. Now that's an average. So that meant that we had 90% accuracy, 95% accuracy, 20% accuracy, you know. And so the average was that.
Okay, 87.5 is fabulous.
Oh, it is, yeah. You played the stock market with 87.5% accuracy, you're going to make money.
But I haven't heard about any remote viewers becoming fabulously wealthy.
No, you won't. We use analogies for a lot of things, and there's the analogy of the gold ring. You find a gold ring in your backyard. You're going to go tell everybody about it. You dig a little deeper and you find a chest full of gold. Who are you going to tell about it? You're going to keep quiet. And so this is one of the things you hear on the internet, you know, win the lottery, make money, and it will convince everybody that remote viewing works. You start winning the lottery, you're not going to tell people, you know. And so there are a lot of stories and a lot of proof that I know personally from other people who are really doing well at this, and they go silent.
I see.
There are a lot of people who are actually doing this for corporations and working professionally at it. And everybody says, "Oh, show me proof." No, we sign non-disclosure agreements. We're not going to tell anybody, you know.
Well, I have heard, though, for example, Joe McMoneagle, who is acknowledged as one of the very best,
He is.
perhaps the very best remote viewer. I have heard, if I recall correctly, from Ed May, a scientist who works with him and has worked with him for many years, that I think he's put it this way: Joe can be 100% accurate about 10 to 15% of the time.
Wrong.
Okay.
He can be close to 100% accurate 50% of the time. Now, Joe makes no bones about it. 50% of the time, he totally misses the target. I mean, score him at 0. Okay. But when the other 50% of the time, I don't know of anybody who can touch his results. He is fantastically good. And that other 50% of the time, he's very close to 100%. I mean, but as long as you've got humans doing this, you know, those icky humans, they're never perfect.
Well, you know, in my own experience, I think, you know, I learned remote viewing on the civilian side.
Right.
And it was very simple. They told me, you know, of course, I was in this multi-million-dollar research facility, and all of the subtle cues were telling me, you're going to do this.
Right.
Because everybody does.
Everybody does.
And, you know, first time out of the box, it was practically a home run.
Yeah.
But then it kind of dawns on you, wait a second, what have I done here?
And that's when your defenses come up.
Yeah.
And it's called the first-timers effect. You have a really high score, but then you have to integrate that into your life, and your score drops.
Yeah.
And if you quit, it never goes back up. But in the military, we had to continue, and we would continue, and then from then on, it's plateau learning. You accept it, your score goes up. Then we start training you, and as you learn more, you go to the next plateau, and so on. And so it was very much plateau learning.
That makes sense.
But you had to accept it into your life. Your life paradigm changes. And all of a sudden you realize, I can do this. And it changes your life. It really does.
Now, if I recall correctly, when you first joined the unit at Fort Meade, there was some suggestion that a few marriages had broken up.
Not because of the remote viewing, though, because of the secrecy. Everything we did was classified. We could not go home and tell our family what we did. And that happens in all of the intel and all of the classified projects. You have this situation where you go home and you can't talk about what you do, and it causes a rift. It's one of the problems of all intel units.
It didn't have to do with any changes in personality as a result.
Well, yeah, because it actually did, because as we change, we can't tell why. And that paradigm change doesn't happen in things like, other spy units and all that. But the paradigm change in your life will happen in the remote viewing unit, and those couldn't be explained when you go home.
I mean, I gather...
It mattered, yeah.
I don't know you well personally, but I get the impression that this whole process has opened you up spiritually.
It does. When I do training, I have a training agreement, and one of the paragraphs is that it uses the example of a hardened alcoholic who learns remote viewing and suddenly realizes he doesn't need the alcohol anymore. but his wife, whom he married because she was a fellow drinker and all that, she doesn't change. She now needs a new drinking partner. The divorce, don't come blaming me for it. Okay. When you open your mind up and take all the limits away, sure, there's going to be personality changes. And one of the problems with that is that your family may not accept it, your relatives may not, your friends may not accept it, and you can grow away from them. You know, you can grow out of them.
Yeah.
And so it can cause life changes, yeah.
And you found that amongst some of your students.
Yeah. And it always winds up being for the betterment of the person themselves. But for their relations, it may change their life. And so, you know, this is not something I would recommend for everyone. It's really not.
It seems as if, from what you're telling me, controlled remote viewing started out as a procedure taught to soldiers in the military, just like they might train you to how to clean your rifle.
Right, and the thing was that it was not meant for psychics.
Yeah.
It was always meant for people who are not psychic, you know, who don't have all that natural ability. And the funny part was when it came out to the public, everybody jumped on the scientific bandwagon. I'm a remote viewer, not realizing that a remote viewer is a person who doesn't have the ability, so they have to be trained. And you've had all these natural psychics who are good, all of a sudden saying, I'm a remote viewer. Oh, who trained you? You know?
Well, although I don't call myself a remote viewer, I was introduced to remote viewing, and there never was any training.
Yeah, and over time, the term remote viewing has become the new term for psychic.
For clairvoyance.
For clairvoyance, yeah. But originally, it meant somebody, it was designed so that you could pull a soldier out of the battlefield, train him to do this. He could go back to the unit, tell his commander what was over the hill, where to point the guns and all that. And so once it came out to the public, it came out as military uses psychic spies. And all of a sudden, the history of the SRI thing came out. It became scientifically proven. And so natural psychics all started saying, I'm a remote viewer.
Oh, okay.
We had crystal
They just pick up on the language. In other words.
We had crystal ball remote viewers, palm remote viewers, pendulum remote viewers, tea leaf remote viewers.
I see.
And
none of that has anything to do with controlled remote viewing.
No, it doesn't.
Which is the process that was used at Fort Meade.
That's right, yeah. Because it was a standardized process that was martial arts based.
Well, like martial arts, in a sense, it evolved into what I would think of as a spiritual path for people.
Oh yeah. And it has a lot of that same thing. One of my students is an 8th level black belt ninja. And we were walking down the hall one day, and he was in front of me, and I thought, I wonder if I could reach up and slap him on the back without him. And he never broke stride. He never looked around or anything. He said, try it and I'll hurt you. I thought, I just thought it. I didn't do anything, you know, I just thought it, but he knew. Yeah.
Well, all of this suggests that human potential, human capability is much faster than we normally appreciate.
Oh, yeah. The human mind has so much capability that it's just astounding. And we're beginning to tap into it. And science has finally come around to saying, yeah, well, let's pay some attention to this. And so I think we're going to be in a growth period as humans. I hope so.
Lynn Buchanan, thank you so much for sharing all of
Oh, well,
this
thank you.
with me.
Yeah.
It's been a real pleasure.
Good.
And thank you for being with us as well.
Irvin, thanks for choosing ABC 15 News at 6. Insiders say there's proof Phoenix police tried to cover up bad kidnapping statistics and retaliate against one of their own. ABC 15 investigator Dave Biscoming is joining us now. And Dave, you got your hands on some evidence that suggests the city wasn't truthful with the public and federal investigators.
Yeah, Steve, our story ousted the police chief and made national news. But months before we aired our report, inside the Phoenix Police Department, one officer spoke out. And with new documents, you're about to see how far the city was willing to go to silence a whistleblower.
The SWAT team got up here.
Ever since Sergeant Phil Roberts blew the whistle about bad kidnapping stats, he's paid the price. Last week, the department moved to fire the 27-year veteran. Phoenix police and top city officials have denied retaliating against Sergeant Roberts, but new documents, handwritten notes, and sworn testimony from top police officials paint a different picture.
Phil finally wrote one too many memos, named too many people. We've had enough. We're going to do something about it.
Dave Cothey is a retired cop and police union VP. 1 week after Sergeant Roberts wrote this memo, top leaders from the city and PD had an undisclosed meeting on the 12th floor of City Hall.
They decided to investigate Phil.
Here's the proof. These are handwritten notes from that meeting by an assistant police chief. Check the date, August 18th. In attendance, former Chief Jack Harris, Assistant City Manager Ed Zerker, the City Attorney Gary Vreeberg, as well as the HR Director, City PIO, and police spokesman. The notes are clear. Those officials directed staff to investigate Phil Roberts.
What Phil was reporting is that high-level officials in the city had provided bad information, inaccurate information to the federal government for the grants.
The ABC 15 investigators spent months digging through those kidnapping statistics. We confirmed what Sergeant Roberts claimed in his memo, that hundreds of crimes were misrepresented to the federal government.
And then he goes through this nightmare, this years of just a nightmare.
Councilmember Sal DeCiccio says the city is trying to strong-arm Sergeant Roberts. Phoenix police opened 5 separate investigations against him, held those investigations open for 2 years. And these emails show city attorneys wrote they would discipline the sergeant if he didn't stop his lawsuit.
I think it should send a shiver up every police officer's back and the public's back.
And there's more. Dave Cothey points to evidence that a Phoenix officer may have lied to federal investigators.
Well, you have a paragraph right here that it's a contradiction.
He's talking about this report from the Office of Inspector General, who investigated the city's kidnapping statistics. On page 22, last paragraph, a Phoenix Internal Affairs investigator named Lieutenant Linda Mraz told OIG agents that she made the decision to investigate Roberts before August 2010, and that no one in the PPD command staff or other officials directed her to investigate Roberts. The documents we uncovered show that wasn't the case, and that raises serious questions. Did Lieutenant Mraz lie? Why did she abruptly retire this year? And why didn't the city give federal officials these documents? Here's Cothey's guess.
Yeah, that probably can spin into a lot of things. Maybe a reinvestigation of this matter by the OIG.
Now, even though the department has moved to fire Roberts, the final approval rests with the chief. He hasn't made a decision yet, and Phoenix police and city officials declined to comment on this story.
Yeah, I know we'll stay on it too, Dave. Thank you.
A helpful look.
Thinking Aloud. Conversations on the leading edge of knowledge and discovery with psychologist Jeffrey Mishlove.
Hello and welcome. I'm Jeffrey Mishlove. Today we'll be exploring the poltergeist experience. With me is Lynn Buchanan, a poltergeist experiencer. Lynn is also the executive director of Problems, Solutions, Innovations, a corporation based in Alamogordo, New Mexico. And he is the author of The Seventh Sense, Remote Viewing Secrets as Told by a Psychic Spy for the U.S. Military. He was part of the Fort Meade remote viewing program sponsored by the Army for 8.5 years. Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me here.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Your introduction to the field of psychic functioning, parapsychology, is a bit unusual in the sense that you'd had poltergeist-type experiences since childhood.
Since about 12 years old, and the way it happened was sort of a surprise. A bunch of us kids were out, and there was a thick metal plate leaning up against a brick wall, and we were throwing rocks at it. And we'd been throwing rocks at it for a while, you know, and making the sound and all that. And I threw a rock at it when one of the rocks I threw, I heard a little voice in my head that said, "Go through." And we heard the rock hit the brick wall and then bounce back and hit the metal plate. And we sort of looked at each other and we went over, and there was the rock laying between the metal plate and the wall. There was no hole in the metal plate or anything. It had just gone through.
Right through the metal plate and bounced off the wall and then hit the metal plate.
Evidently, yeah. And it was the rock that I had picked up and thrown. And so, you know, we were kids.
You grew up in Texas, didn't you?
I grew up all over. My dad worked for the railroad.
I see. Traveled a lot?
Traveled a lot. And so that happened. I made a note of it. I thought it was strange and all that. Over the next couple of months, things like that started happening again and again. And I personally think that happens to a lot of kids. I know that the kids who have emotional problems, they get all the press. I think it happens to a lot of kids, really. But I got interested in it, and I started seeing if I could get that little voice to do some more, you know. It was really neat. I thought it was neat. And I finally learned how to do things like that.
You mean at your own
At
command?
will, yeah. Then I made the fatal Charlie Brown mistake. The cute little redheaded girl, you know. I was showing off one time, and I had this little metal pie plate, you know, type thing. And I put a rock on it, and I lifted up. I'd learned how to do this. Lift up, and the thing would fall through and hit the ground.
The rock would drop right through the metal plate.
Right through the metal plate. It's a thin metal plate, you know, but it wouldn't leave a hole or anything like that. And
That's
she was
pretty amazing.
Actually, yeah.
It would impress a young girl.
Well, it did, and she went home and she really was impressed by it. And she went home and told her father, the Pentecostal minister, about it. Well, the next day, I was headed home, and her father and 3 of the deacons of the church, met me on the sidewalk, and he introduced himself, and he said, "This is really interesting." You know, he was interested in all that. "I'd like to see this." And so I said, okay. I learned how to do it on command, so I showed him, and immediately they had me slam down my head against the sidewalk, and they were screaming for Satan to come out of me and all that.
You were basically living in the Bible Belt.
Yeah.
And you also, yourself, you grew up in a very religious household, did you
Yes,
not?
I did. And, you know, I grew up, if the preacher says it, then God said it.
Your grandfather was a minister.
My grandfather was a Methodist minister.
And you also became a Methodist minister.
Later in life, going through college, anything to do with God or Satan, or that had never occurred to me. This is neat.
Yeah.
And for the first time ever, you know, I had that consideration. And so I tried to back off from it, because after all, it's from Satan and all this. And then one day, this bully at school, I was walking along. He came up and slapped me on the back of the head, and he was riding by on his bicycle.
Yeah.
And the little voice said, "Fall." And he went sideways off of his bicycle out into the street, and a car stopped before it hit him.
Right.
And all of a sudden I thought, this is of the devil. You know, convince me.
Yeah.
So I started just refusing to do this, and you know, scared of it, you know. But
And you were able to stop it then, I presume.
not really. Once you open that door, you know, you never close it the whole way. And found out that anytime I got mad, things around me would, you know, something was always affected. And so that sort of stuck with me through the rest of life. And then, of course, if you've seen the Men Who Stare at Goats movie,
Yes.
in the military, there was a time when I had written a program that would tie the computers of 12 different countries together in this one
At this
secure
point, you
facility.
were involved in military intelligence.
Oh yeah, this was many years later.
But
And-
before we get to that, let me
okay.
just back up a little bit,
All right.
because as you mentioned, you became a Methodist minister, and that's how you helped support yourself through college.
Through college,
That was before the
I was a
military?
student minister, yeah.
And at that time, you must have had to reconcile somehow your religious practice with the fact that you were still occasionally having these experiences.
Yeah, but by that time I had learned that I don't think this is of the devil. You know, I think this is just what people can do.
Yeah. But you considered it a natural rather than a
I
supernatural
really did,
phenomenon.
yeah. And, you know, I just had gotten away from this minister work. Being a minister will teach you not to worship ministers. You find out you're a real person. You know? Yeah, I had gotten away from that. Things would happen every now and then. I just recognized it was because I had opened that door in childhood, and you know.
So by that time, you were more or less comfortable with the fact that these kinds of phenomena, which you regarded as natural, although poorly understood, would occur from time to time.
Oh yeah, and you know, the phenomenon was interesting. What was more interesting to me was that it showed what can be done.
Well, I was just going to say that people in chat are talking about drugs. I'm actually very proud of the drugs I did in the past.
Oh, I never found any use for it.
Yeah.
And I'm very practical. You know, if you can't use it for something, then, you know, in this field I meet a lot of woo-woo people.
Yeah.
And they're just overwhelmed by, I'm psychic, you know. And my attitude is, yeah, so what you can do with it? If you have an ability and you're wasting it, then this is not a good thing.
Well, I suppose it's useful to mention, at least parenthetically, that you've had a long career now in the psychic field, training people, working with law enforcement agencies, working in the area of healing. So, but now to get back to where you were in the military, you had a long career in the military, in the Army. You were involved in military intelligence work.
Right.
You're in Germany.
In Germany.
And you are programming computers.
I was programming computers, and we had in the SCIF, secure classified intelligence facility. We had the intelligence people from 12 different countries. The computers weren't tying together, and they wanted a programmer to write a program that would get the computers talking to each other. Well, there was another sergeant and myself. He wanted the job, I wanted the job, and I got it. So the day that I was to introduce it, we had all these generals from 12 different countries in the room waiting to see it. And I did my little, well, first of all, I went out, made sure there were no wrinkles, and, you know, my hair was perfect and all that.
And if I recall the story correctly, this other fellow had a previous history of trying to interfere with your work.
Yes. He wasn't the kind that took not being selected very easily. And so I went out, I came back in, and I did my little song and dance, you know, for everybody. And to do the demonstration, I turned around and hit the enter key, and nothing happened. And here were all these high-ranking generals going, ho, 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 you know, and chuckling at me. And I looked up, and this other sergeant was at the back door, and he was mouthing, "Gotcha." And he turned around and walked out. And I got flaming angry. And I have learned, don't get angry. In my life, I've learned, don't get angry. Take everything with a grain of salt. But I got angry. And I turned around to the computer and heard that little voice say, "Die." And I would have aimed it at him, but I turned around to the computer, and the field station went out. And, you know, it just, for an amount of time that is still classified, we had no intelligence collection on the border of Germany, the border of East Germany.
Because it wasn't just one field station.
No, it wasn't. And what I found out a couple of years later was the intelligence field stations over in East Germany, while we were going on the bus, you know, on the shift bus, taking crossword puzzle books and all that, so that to their spy in the sky, it looked like we had business as normal. They were doing the same, because theirs was out.
Because all the computers went out over a wide area.
Over a very wide area. The intelligence computers did. Now, you could have an intelligence computer sitting on someone's desk and a regular secretary's. The intelligence computer went out, the other one didn't.
So these were all the computers you were attempting to network together.
Not only those, but, you know,
additional.
the other stations as well. As fate or the universe would have it or something, there was a captain there who had been trained by General Stubblebine to look for these events.
General Bert Stubblebine.
General Albert Stubblebine.
Who was the head of the military intelligence.
Who was head of military, Army's INSCOM, Intelligence and Security Command for the Army.
For the Army.
And so anyway, he spotted this,
And I guess we should mention at this point that the budding remote viewing program was under his direction.
It was under his direction. It had been going for about 10 years, actually. So this captain went back and reported to him. I
The
thought
captain must have sensed something about you.
Yeah, General Stubblebine had trained him and to spot these events. And so he went back and reported that. Well, I figured nobody knew, nobody would believe it and all that. So everything went back to normal. They got the computers running again and everything. And about 2 or 3 months later, General Stubblebine came out to install a new commander at the field station. And they came in and they said, General Stubblebine, you're in trouble. General Stubblebine wants to see you. And I thought, why, And so he came in after he had installed the new commander. He came in. We all stood at attention. He came up to me and he said, "Are you Sergeant Buchanan?" Sergeant Stripes, Buchanan name. Well, duh. And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Come with me." He grabbed my arm and pushed me in front of him. No, you walk behind the general, but he pushed me in front of him, and went into the commander's new office. He turned to the new commander and he said, "I need to talk to Sergeant Buchanan. Get out." The commander gave me a look that told me what list my name went to the top of at that point. And I caught it from then on the rest of the time I was at the station. But he got right up in my face and just a scowl on his face. "Did you kill my computers with your mind?"
Just like that.
Just like that. And
caught you by surprise.
Totally by surprise. And I probably would have lied if it hadn't been such a surprise. And I just kind of heard myself say, "Yes, sir, it did." And this scowl turned to the biggest grin I've ever seen. He said, "Far effing out have I ever got a job for you." He wanted to take me back to D.C. And start a unit where we would destroy enemy computers with our mind.
I see.
With the end goal of learning to control the computers rather than destroying them, and making the missiles go into the sea or turn around and go back at them, or
It would
doing
be a
whatever.
great military tactic if it could be developed.
In the 60s, Congress had been caught doing mind control experiments.
Yes.
And they told General Stubblebine, not no, but, absolutely no. And so there I was in the D.C. area. I had no assignment. And so General Stubblebine took me out to Fort Meade to the remote viewing unit and said, "Here's this guy. He's yours now."
He's
your problem.
You develop a PK weapon.
That's right.
So why don't you try remote viewing? Maybe you'll be good at it.
Well, at first, when they read me on, reading you on is where they tell you what a unit really does rather than what they say to the public it actually does. And they read me on, and I thought, I'm on candid camera. Come on, nobody does this. And then I started watching them, and they actually did it. And it was amazing.
And it was completely unlike your previous experience.
Oh yeah, I was a programmer before,
But your experiences with the voice and psychokinesis
it was
really
totally
hadn't
different.
prepared you to do remote viewing.
That's right. These guys would sit down, and I always thought something psychic was, your head spins around and all this. These guys would sit down and at a table and smoke and joke, and every now and then somebody would write something down, And they were actually collecting intelligence, and it was good intelligence. And so I thought, what's going on here? So they they were going to train me. And right as they were going to start my training, Congress canceled the project.
It went through many different code names.
It went through 7 different cancellations, And so they were going to ship me out somewhere. And sure enough, another unit took us over. So I got my training. And it was the most amazing thing. I mean, it was so easy. And it was so non-woo-woo that I could sit at a desk in Fort Meade, Maryland, and read documents in safes halfway around the world and all that. And I loved it, and managed to stay in that unit for 8.5 years for the rest of my military career.
And as I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, you got some of your training directly from Ingo Swann, is that right?
By that time, the unit was training internally. However, I became really good friends with Ingo, and so, yeah, I probably got my most valuable training from Ingo just from visiting with him. Informally,
I
yeah,
see.
but not officially.
And you were also brought out to California to work with Put Up and Target
With
SRI.
SRI, yeah. And that was very fascinating. Yeah, that's how I wound up in the unit. And if you've ever seen the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats, you wouldn't believe how much of this is true. Well, most of it is absolutely true. The character, Len Cassidy, was actually a compilation of 20 years of different people, all put into one character to fit into the story. But there where Len Cassidy stands in front of General Hapgood, and the general says, "Did you kill my computers with your mind?" And Len Cassidy says, "Yes, sir, I did." The grin that comes across General Hapgood's face is exactly the grin that came across General Stubblebine's face.
You weren't a consultant on that film.
No, they wouldn't let me on the film. And in fact, they filmed part of that just 10 miles from where I live.
I see.
They wouldn't let me on the set because if you're a spy, you hope nobody ever finds out. If they find out, you hope they never write a book. If they write a book about it, you hope they never make a movie. And if they make a movie, you hope it's not a comedy. And this was a comedy. But shoot, I could have told them a whole lot funnier stuff that happened. But you know, it was a comedy. It was ridiculing what we did in the unit, and so I guess that's why they wouldn't. But
well, it does seem as if General Stubblebine's instincts about you proved to be correct.
Yeah, I took to it like a duck to water. I mean, it was the most fascinating thing, and personally, many times I think I've been glad that Congress would not let him start the remote influencing unit.
Yeah.
Now, twice during my time at the remote viewing unit, people from other units came in and wanted me to do the remote influencing. A lot of that I can't really talk about, but yeah.
It's still classified. But the intriguing thing, and we're going to do another interview and go into more detail on your remote viewing work, but it's quite intriguing to me that somebody with a background basically as a poltergeist experiencer.
They really didn't know anything about that.
Except for
I don't think they did.
The one episode.
Except for the one episode. Yeah.
But you knew about it, and I think there are many other instances. One, Matthew Manning in Britain comes to mind as one example of a poltergeist child who grew up and developed a wide range of psychic abilities after that.
Ingo knew that he had psychic ability, so he started sitting down and saying, how can I do this? How can I control it? Well, that's what I did back as a kid. You know, I thought, oh, this is neat. Let's see if I can do this. And it's how you accept it. If you accept it, if you're afraid of it, then yeah, it's going to go away. I really think that a lot of the psychic ability that humans have, it's all natural. And I think we get rid of it in our children. We teach them, oh, you're going to hell, you know, and I think we do ourselves a disservice. I really do.
Yeah. It's an ability that can be channeled for many
Yeah.
positive purposes.
That's right, yeah. And like I say, you know, I meet a lot of people now that say, I'm psychic and all that. Great. What you doing with it? You know, how's that working for you? And if you're not doing anything with it, you're wasting it.
Yeah. Well, I think it's fair to mention that because I pointed out earlier, you've been involved with law enforcement.
Yeah.
You've been involved in the healing field. As I understand it, you don't charge for any of that.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
It's your gift to the world.
Yeah. Now, if a company, you know, if a corporation is going to hire me for that, oh yeah, they're going to pay through the nose because they're, you know. But police, medical help, things like that. No, that's, you know, I've been given a gift, and you pass the gift on. I think it's a responsibility.
Well, Lynn,
Never charge for it.
Lynn Buchanan, this has been a very delightful and
thank you.
enlightening discussion. Thank you so much for being with me.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us.
Find a way to slander me and defame me, stigmatize me by arresting me and then putting me through this hell. And this Pasco County Sheriff's Department sounds like they've been doing the same thing. This is happening all over the United States. Talking about how he supports pre-crime laws. Let's see here. Share screen. Let's go through Chrome tab. Let's share this tweet first. Check this out. Okay, there you go. You can see it. All right. All right. So Matt Gates says, and this was 7:35. It is now 7:48 here. So 8 minutes ago, Matt Gates tweets out, "I don't care that this is being done by a GOP sheriff. It's awful to harass citizens because you think they may commit crimes, hoping to make their lives miserable." He tagged Governor Ron DeSantis and said he has the authority to remove Sheriff Chris Noko, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and should consider doing so. Okay, so this right here, folks, if you are new to my channel, this is called organized stalking and harassment, or gang stalking. And this crosses political parties. Left does it, the right does it. It's a deep state thing, and it is the targeting programs you hear people talk about when they say, I'm a targeted individual. This is part of it. This is just part of it. So, if any of you remember Bill Barr a while back talking about how he supports pre-crime laws, this is it. This is pre-crime laws. So this sheriff is being sued. All right, let me go back to. All right, looks like we got some comments. I know some people are excited to hear this. Hi, Anna M. How you doing? Happy Easter. Happy Easter to you, Tanya. Thank you for being here. Our cat is excited. Listen to that. Wow, wow. Hello? Eric, how you doing? Let's see, Candace, please check out the videos uploaded on my channel. Maybe truth regarding ghost talking. I've tried to tell people that it's more complex than you realize, and it's all spiritual. It's not all spiritual. It is compartmentalized government programs, and this video is about that exactly. We're going to break that down. So, I mean, not to just disagree with you. It might be spiritual as well. Seems like it is, but this is definitely compartmentalized programs. All right, let's go to this article. Let's go to this article. Let's share another. Let's get rid of this one. Remove. So this might tell us why Matt Gaetz is being attacked in the press recently, because he's onto this and he's going to put the word out about this. And maybe we'll try to find the article about Bill Barr supporting pre-crime laws. So this is like straight out of, what was the Tom Cruise movie, you guys? Where they had pre-crime laws and they would go try to arrest people before they committed a crime. What was that movie? Minority Report. Thank you. Thank you for jumping in there. Yeah, Minority Report. So that movie turned out to be a reality. The cat is really excited. Shared screen. Sure. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm trying to do a live stream here about something kind of important, probably make your life better. All right. Here is the article. This is from the Tampa Bay Times. All right, now remember, these programs are federally funded. So it doesn't matter if you live in a blue county, blue state, red county, red state. If the people that are taking the federal money and are involved in these programs, they are Stasi, no matter what name they give themselves, left, right, blah, blah, blah. This is communist activity, all right? East German, Stasi, targeted. The exact same thing that the Germans did, the East Germans did, to government dissidents, only with a lot more technology. And, all right, so I'll just read this right now, okay? Lawsuit. Pasco intelligence program violated citizens' rights. So this comes from Department of Homeland Security programs that I've talked about for years. Started documenting and reporting myself going through this November 17th of 2017, and I was arrested 3 weeks later for retaliation. I was set up and arrested, and because they weren't happy about me putting information out about this. I still had some, I still had a good name at the time. I hadn't been arrested for anything, for any felonies. I'm a former Air Force firefighter, former Air Force journalist. These are the two different jobs that I did while I was in the Air Force. And I had some people that listened to me, so they needed to find a way to slander me and defame me, stigmatize me by arresting me and then putting me through this hell. And this Pasco County Sheriff's Department sounds like they've been doing the same thing. This is happening all over the United States, all over the world, as a matter of fact. And you guys that are TIs, targeted individuals that have gone through this, personally, you will really appreciate that this is happening right now. Because it's unconstitutional, it violates all of your rights. You are treated like a terrorist, regardless if you are or not. You're treated like a terrorist, no due process. They just decide that they're going to make your life miserable. And it goes over that in this here. I'm going to go back to StreamYard here and make sure that you guys can see that okay. All right, so that's up on the screen. All right, let's get to this article, y'all. Published March 11th, updated March 11th. All right, let me clear my throat. Use my best broadcast journalist voice here. 4 Pasco County residents are suing Sheriff Chris Noko in federal court, alleging his intelligence program violated their constitutional rights. The plaintiffs, 3 of whom were featured in a recent Tampa Bay Times investigation into the Sheriff's Office intelligence arm, say they were harassed, fined, and even arrested by overzealous deputies who overstepped their bounds. They want a judge to put an end to the program. What program is this that they're speaking of? The program. It doesn't specifically say which program, but let's keep reading. They want a judge to put an end to the program, which targets people the Sheriff's Office deems likely to commit future crimes, and their friends and family members. So it's an all-encompassing thing. We know in the FISA court, the FISC, Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, they have what's called a 2-hop system. So if you're targeted, anybody you're in communication with gets surveilled and possibly targeted as well. Anybody that they have communication with gets targeted and surveilled as well. So say there's a parent in the home and they've got adult kids, those kids would get targeted. Aunt and uncle that come over and hang out and they listen to the person's testimony of being targeted, and they might advocate for them, they could get targeted as well, just for standing up for their family members' constitutional rights. All right. So they want to put an end to the program. The program. Which program is that? I'd like to hear the name. All right. So here in quotes, the goal here is to shut this program down and make sure it stops. Both of these clients and everybody in Pasco County, said Robert Johnson, an attorney with his Institute for Justice, the national public interest law firm representing the plaintiffs. So here is the actual court documents, the filing. So we'll go back through that here in a minute. It looks kind of long. All right, forward. The Sheriff's Office said Wednesday it had not been made aware of the lawsuit and declined to comment. We look forward, they're police officers, they know not to say anything. We look forward to defending any lawsuits in which we may be named in the proper venue and will not be party to litigation via the media, spokeswoman Amanda Hunter said. The agency has previously said it stands behind its intelligence program and credited it with reduction in burglaries, larcenies, and auto thefts over the last decade. So they're admitting that they've had a pre-crime program for at least the last decade. The decline mirrors those in nearby police jurisdictions. Is that decline because they've figured out a way to put all kinds of people in prison, or they're padding their numbers, or I don't know, there's more to this. Although NOCO launched the program shortly after being named sheriff in 2011, interesting, because Department of Defense or Department of Justice watch listing guidance was updated in 2012. All right, the details of how it works were not known to the public until the Times began reporting on it last year. So this would have to do with the Patriot Act, Department of Homeland Security, fusion centers, mass data gathering, those fusion centers getting your personal data and using it to stalk, harass, and terrorize you and your family. All right, that's not from the article, that's from my personal experience and research. The news organization found that the Sheriff's Office used arrest histories and information from police reports, including whether people have witnessed or been the victim of a crime, to determine which residents are most likely to break the law. Deputies then make repeated visits to those individuals' homes, even when there is no warrant or evidence of a crime. During some visits, the Times reported deputies surrounded the targets' homes in the middle of the night. On others, they wrote or threatened to write code enforcement citations for minor infractions like overgrown grass. Sometimes they arrested family members of those being targeted. That word keeps coming up, targeted. One former deputy said the objective was to make people's lives miserable. Well, they're really damn good at that. I've been miserable for quite a while here in Maricopa County in Avondale, Arizona, where they use these exact programs. And again, I've been documenting and reporting on that for 4 years. Institute for Justice Attorneys said their organization started looking into the situation after reading the Times report. The Virginia-based firm describes itself as libertarian and says it files lawsuits on behalf of individuals who are denied their constitutional rights. The behavior of the Pasco County Sheriff's Office is outrageous, Attorney R.A. Bargill said. There's no such thing as innocent until predicted guilty, and that's exactly how the program operates. Johnson said the sheriff's office was violating the constitutional right to be secure in one's own home. He said that the agency was also violating residents' due process rights because individuals who are targeted can't challenge their status. That is very true. Being on this list is almost like being on probation for future crimes that haven't happened yet, he said. If you are on real probation, you get a hearing. It's problematic that they put you on this future probation without any type of hearing. The 4 plaintiffs were either targets of the parents of people who were targeted. Let me read that again. The 4 plaintiffs were either targets or the parents of people who were targeted. Robert A. Jones III, whose teenage son was targeted, said when he stopped complying with constant demands from deputies to search his home, he was arrested on charges of marijuana possession and child neglect. Both charges were dropped. Jones was also issued several code enforcement citations and not told about them. He said he was then arrested for failing to appear in court. So they charged him with something, didn't tell him about it, and then gave him a failure to appear. That sounds like a setup to me. I don't know what it sounds like to you. Jones hopes that the lawsuit will set a precedent so nobody else faces what he did. That's why I'm doing this. I don't want to see anybody else have to go through what I've been through. This is torture. This stalking and harassment is just a small part of the all-encompassing targeting program that I've experienced. I'm sure some people experience different levels of it, but I've been the lucky recipient of all of it. I think it's everybody's hope that they were put on this earth for a reason, he said. If I hadn't gone to jail, he added, maybe nothing changes. Maybe these guys get away with this forever. Tammy Heilman, whose teenage son was also a target, was arrested too. So it looks like this is the family here. Tammy Heilman was arrested twice after her teenage son was identified as a target. They need to stop, she recently said. In September of 2016, a deputy showed up to ask about a dirt bike he thought her son had purchased with stolen money. Heilman said she wouldn't speak without her lawyer there. The deputy stopped Heilman after she drove away and opened her car door, later alleging that neither she nor her 7-year-old daughter were wearing seatbelts. Heilman says her daughter was wearing a seatbelt, but she removed it when the door opened. Body camera video of the interaction shows Heilman calling 911 for help. A team of deputies arrived and forced Heilman out of the car. She was taken to jail and charged with resisting an officer, battery on law enforcement officer, and providing false information to deputies. 2 years later, she was arrested again, this time for opening her screen door into a deputy's chest. After 76 days in jail, Heilman took a plea deal that allowed her to return. Sorry, this just automatically moved. For opening her screen door into a deputy's chest. After 76 days in jail, Heilman took a plea deal that allowed her to return home but made her a convicted felon. Gee, that sounds familiar. They need to stop, she told the Times. They have impacted a lot of people's lives in a negative way. In her case, she said the damage has been beyond repair. The Institute for Justice isn't the only organization working to address aspects of the Pasco intelligence program. Earlier this week, the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund filed a public records request seeking to learn more about a separate but related initiative that uses confidential data from the Pasco School District and the State Department of Children and Families to identify kids who could fall into a life of crime. The Sheriff's Office has said it uses the information to offer mentoring and resources to local students. But critics say some of that data is biased against children of color and with disabilities. And they worry a program of this nature could contribute to the school to prison pipeline. This has no boundaries when it comes to ethnicity. If somebody has the capacity to put you on your list, they could give a shit less what ethnicity, what religion, what political party you are. If you are a threat to uncovering their corruption, they can throw you on this list and stalk, harass you, and systematically destroy your life. Just like the Germans did, the East Communist Germans did, and that's why they called it Zersetzung, meaning decomposition. They decompose your life, they erode every aspect of your life, and they make your life hell. This is no place for predictive policing technology in school settings, said Clarence Oko, a legal defense and education fund fellow. The school district, which is being asked to provide the records, has received the request and plans to respond, a spokesperson said. Okay, so looks like that is the end of the article. Why all of a sudden my computer is just frozen? Huh. That never happens. Okay, so that just frozen. Hardly respond to the up-down arrow. There we go. There we go. I pay for a pretty good internet service here, so that doesn't make any sense. Okay, again, I'm not anti-police officer. I am anti-state enforcement agent that will violate people's constitutional rights and operate like the Stasi police. Now, this guy is supposedly a right-wing sheriff. A Republican sheriff should be all about protecting people's constitutional rights, and this type of targeting program has absolutely nothing to do with protecting people's constitutional rights. And like anything, these programs can be hacked. They have a cover story of, this is for the betterment of the community. It's to keep the community safe. But if you go up high enough, there are people that have access to these people and say, here's a name. We want this person on this list. And if they haven't committed a crime, you guys make sure that you torture, stalk, and harass them, slander them, make their life miserable to where they're completely exhausted and tormented, to where they might not be thinking properly and then might actually act out in aggression at the people stalking and harassing them, and then boom, they're ready to set you up, throw you in jail, and put you away. And then this program, with their statistics, shows, this person committed a crime, even though that crime was created, was fabricated over a long period of time through organized stalking and harassment, psychological torture. All kinds of other different types of torture. Psychological torture, asset targeting, slander campaigns. I won't even get into the tech harassment that they use in this, because that's a whole nother talk show. So now they've admitted that they've had an intelligence program running since 2011. They got sued, and they had to admit that they actually do have an intelligence program. Before, anybody that asked if there was some kind of intelligence program or anything like this, they would gaslight them and say, "Oh, you're crazy, you need to take the pills. Check this person into a 30-day hold. They're delusional or schizophrenic." Now we see a sheriff's department admitting that they have a pre-crime intelligence program. This is a big deal, folks. Just reading some of you guys' comments here. Oh, there's 60 of you guys here. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I am stoked. Somebody's username in the chat's here. All right, let's do something here. Let's look up. My computer is moving at a snail's pace right now. And I've got a pretty damn fast computer, so. Google. I actually used Google, not DuckDuckGo. All right. Can you guys see that? All right. Never been to this website before. I have no idea who their writers are, what they're all about, but let's just see what this says about the DOJ's new pre-crime program. It says it's straight out of the Minority Report, just like the commenter reminded me of what the name of the video or the film was about pre-crimes. So when was this written? 1 year ago. All right, 1 year ago, by Advocates for Self-Governance. In the middle of last month, okay, now this might have some negative tones towards Trump. I am a Trump supporter. I think he knows about these things. I don't think Bill Barr was on his side the whole time. This whole thing, when it goes all the way up in this, I guess, what would we call it, a sting operation, the largest sting operation to ever exist in the United States. There are a lot of people that look like good guys that are bad guys, a lot of bad guys that are good guys, etc., etc. Nothing is as it seems. So, and again, I'm reading this article, so whatever the person writing the article says, that's not coming from me, but I will commentate on it. So, in the middle of last month, the Trump administration. So, while Trump was the president, doesn't mean that Trump did this. This was a Bill Barr thing, so let's keep that in mind. The Trump administration unveiled a pre-crime program that would make any lover of civil liberties shriek. Whitney Webb of Mint Press News reported that U.S. Attorney General William Barr, there you go, Bill Barr, issued a memorandum to all U.S. attorneys, law enforcement agencies, and top-ranking justice officials announcing the imminent implementation of a new national disruption and early engagement program aimed at detecting potential mass shooters. Yeah, they're not looking at the root cause of why those mass shooters become mass shooters. MKUltra programs, 150 of them. They said MKUltra went away in 1975, and then what do you know? Bill Clinton apologizes to a whole bunch of people for them being subjected to MKUltra programs. So we know that it was at least around in the 90s because Clinton apologized. We're sorry, y'all. We're sorry we put you through these programs. Oh, they exist in the 90s. I thought the church committee said that MKUltra was no longer, a thing. All that went away. All right. So, an early engagement program aimed at detecting potential mass shooters before they commit any crime. The bar called for the Department of Justice and the FBI to spearhead an effort to assess and engage potential mass shooters before they strike. Right? I'm telling you, these programs are creating the mass shooters. So that's the cover story saying that they're trying to stop the mass shooters. That's all bullshit. The FBI, every single one of these mass shooters, social engineering, Manchurian candidates were on an FBI watch list. They're surveilled 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They know if they're buying firearms. They know what plans they're making. They know where they're going, and they let them carry out these acts of violence in order to use them for immediate social engineering, plastering the story over every mainstream media outlet and saying guns are bad, let's take away the guns. And those just happened to skyrocket right after the Smith-Mundt Act was revised, which was put in place in 1948, saying that propaganda cannot be used against the American people. So right after that was revised, Obama got rid of the Smith-Mundt Act. Those shootings skyrocketed. So there are some actual shooters that have been put through this organized stalking and harassment and just driven absolutely bonkers to the point of acting out in violence. And then some of this is street theater. FF, hoaxes, stuff like that. So there are different reasons that this is happening. But these, quote, pre-crime programs are not stopping the mass shooters. They are creating them. Put simply, the bias of policies implemented after 9/11. Oh, they beat me to it. Okay, so I beat them to it. Early engagement tactics, new programs, plans to use originated from previous plans dealing with terroristic threats. Put simply, the bias of the policies implemented after 9/11 are also the pillars of the early engagement tactics that Bill Barr intends to use to identify potential criminals. The key word being potential, thus indicating the pre-crime nature of this program. As soon as he came out and said that he supports pre-crime laws, I was like, oh God, I thought this guy was doing something good. He's sounding really deep statey right now. Nobody that is a nobody that supports a constitutional republic would promote pre-crime laws. Mass surveillance will likely play a major role in the program. Algorithms used to analyze massive amounts of data appear to be a major feature of this program. Most of this data is used to find certain patterns, such as composite symptoms of mental illness. So like saying you don't want to wear a mask or get an injection, or saying that 9/11 was bullshit, which it's been proven beyond the shadow of a doubt now that the whole thing was a narrative to enact the Patriot Act to put in this mass surveillance. So back in July, Barr gave the keynote speech at the 2019 International Conference on Cybersecurity, ICCS, and called on makers of consumer electronics and applications using encryption to provide a backdoor for government entities, also a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Entities such as law enforcement. In Barr's view, obtaining access to encrypted communications is an issue of public safety. Although many tech companies take pride in protecting their consumers' privacy, Barr believes that a major incident may occur at any time that will galvanize public opinion on these issues. Shootings like the one in El Paso have indeed catalyzed such support for these kinds of measures. So yeah, problem, reaction, solution paradigm, otherwise known as the Hegelian dialectic. Create the problem, there's a visceral reaction by the public, and then they go, don't worry, we have the solution. We're going to surveil you and collect all of your data and put you through this organized stalking and harassment program if you think that you might not agree with us in the future. And then you'll be the next social engineering Manchurian candidate. Even after the El Paso shooting, President Trump even floated the idea of creating a new federal agency called HARPA. Oh, holy shit. HARPA, H-A-R-P-A. So there's DARPA, which is Department of Defense, and then there's IARPA, which is the feds. I have not heard of HARPA. That's a new one. Andrew's getting her shovel out. She's getting ready to start digging. Maybe even the jackhammer. Wow, HARPA. I just got goosebumps. Good Lord, please tell me that President Trump isn't supporting this. Anyway, HARPA, that would cooperate with the Department of Justice to use breakthrough technologies with high specificity and sensitivity for early diagnosis of neuropsychiatric violence. It specifically includes advanced analytical tools based on artificial intelligence and machine learning. So you guys may have heard me talk about the artificial intelligence program, JADE and JADE 2, which is part of the JADE Helm program. And that is what we think is the artificial intelligence program that basically runs a lot of this pre-crime type programs. The program would be gathered from consumer electronic devices and information turned over by healthcare providers on people. Good Lord, could it be any more Stasi? On people they deem to be a threat. In sum, many of the activities that everyday people participate in could be subject to surveillance, and eventually these people could be turned over to government authorities. Pretty scary stuff. For those of you that already experienced this, you know how scary it is. You know how invasive it is. You know how wrong it is. But for those of you that are still new to my channel and you're learning about this is sorry, I'm just going to start it or keep going. It gets even worse when looking at the bigger picture. The FBI and other federal agencies will play a major role in these surveillance programs. So when they say FBI and other federal agencies, so Department of Homeland Security, FBI Infragard, INFRAGARD, Citizen Corps, the FBI Secret Surveillance Group. If you go to the FBI website, the Secret Surveillance Group says that they follow citizens on foot, in public transportation, and in their personal vehicles. So they're literally following them through town. And if you happen to take the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Inventory, and you answer on that test that people are following you through town, they will literally deem you delusional or schizophrenic for reporting this. And that should worry all Americans, given the track record of these organizations. Yeah. In an internal memo that was recorded, that was recently made public, so-called conspiracy theories were connected to domestic terror threats. Even academia has jumped into link conspiracy theorists with mental illness. Exactly. We started covering an actual conspiracy like 9/11, like the conspiracy that I'm talking about, the scam Department of Homeland Security watch list used for profit. They'll try to call you crazy. So mental health has generally been a tool that the state uses to justify undermining people's rights. Hey, excuse me, sir. By tying it to conspiracy theorizing, the government is opening up a whole new avenue of encroachments. Simply questioning government narratives could leave people susceptible to being categorized as mentally ill, which could land them on watch lists, subjecting otherwise peaceful individuals to government snooping. To its credit, the Trump administration has resisted calls. Oh, okay, here we go. This is looking better. To its credit, the Trump administration has resisted calls for passing specific gun control legislation, such as universal background checks or red flag gun confiscation orders, which would only add to the federal government's already long list of gun control measures. However, undermining basic rights such as privacy and due process are unacceptable. These rights don't exist in a vacuum, and they are interconnected. Breathing a sigh of relief when an administration decides not to pass gun control, but turning a blind eye to legitimate violations of due process through minority report style programs does freedom advocates no favors. This is a great article so far, by the way, Advocates for Self-Government. I'm not sure how much I like your logo there, but so far, well-written article. Federalizing law enforcement is not the way to go either. Instead, a modest proposal to devote more federal power to the states and let state and local law enforcement agencies handle these issues. Similarly, mental health can be also tackled at low levels of government. Both state government and private actors, private actors, who would those be? Like some gang stalkers, some live action role players, people we refer to as bad actors, or gang stalkers, LARPs. Let me read that again. Both state and private actors, I personally prefer the latter, should rebuild mental health institutions so that, should rebuild mental health institutions so that the mentally ill who actually pose a threat to others receive the treatment they need. More importantly, let's have a frank conversation about our crumbling civil society. As political scientist Robert Putnam famously wrote, I don't know who that is, we're bowling alone. These days, as many private organizations such as the Boy Scouts of America are shutting down their operations or are witnessing declines in membership, many of the organizations have kept America's adolescents from partaking in destructive social behavior. Reviving these institutions will do a lot more to curb violence than any expansion in government will ever do. Further, they allow us to have safer communities while preserving our cherished civil liberties. This person never do any research about the shit that goes on in Boy Scouts? That's another talk show. All right, so that's a good article. Good job. All right, so Minority Report, pre-crime laws, William Barr, Matt Gaetz shares this article on Twitter. Just to recap here. Let's go back to it. All right, here's how I found this. Shared at 7:35 Mountain Standard Time here in Arizona. He says, I don't care that this is being done by a GOP sheriff. It's awful to harass citizens because you think they may commit crimes, hoping to make their lives miserable. Governor Ron DeSantis has the authority to remove Chris Noko and should consider doing so. Again, I don't care if this guy is a GOP sheriff, if he's a George Soros-funded sheriff, whatever label they want to give themselves, if they're taking part in pre-crime laws that completely violate constitutional rights and make things worse, they're Stasi, period. They straight out of the playbook from communist Stasi in East Germany. Which, by the way, if you haven't heard me say this over and over and over again, when the Department of Homeland Security was created, they consulted Marcus Wolf, who was the second in charge director of the Stasi police, another guy named Evgeny Primakov, who was a KGB agent, both communist countries. Just reading through you guys' comments here. Truth is criminal says, are you kidding me, Michael? Absolutely, Trump is supporting this. I don't want to believe he is. I still don't believe he is. I believe he has our best interest in mind. If I were to learn that down the road, I would be very disappointed. But we'll see. Only time will tell. I hope you're wrong. I really hope you're wrong. Still Blessed said, Earth sucks. You know,
Minuten.
I actually dialed in telepathically. So I plugged that bitch in there. Literally.
I was just going to say that people in chat are talking about drugs. I'm actually very proud of the drugs I did in the past.
Ja? Frau Meinecke, ein Wort zu irgendwem. Und Ihre Mascha verliert morgen ihren Medizinstudienplatz.
Make it not hurt.
Haben Sie das verstanden?
Ja. Make it not hurt.
Schicken Sie Frau Meinecke zur Anerkennung für ihre Verschwiegen.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Steve Del Rosso, the Program Director of the Chicago Council on Foreign Relations. On behalf of the Council, I'm very pleased to welcome you tonight. Special warm welcome is extended to our Oxonian guests this evening. We're happy to have with us Timothy Garden Ash, also an Oxonian, who will speak on Inside the Stasi Files, Communist Past in Post-Communist Europe. He was last with us at the Council in 1993. Before I formally introduce our guest, I did want to mention that tonight is the Lecture First event. We begin with the lecture and follow it with a reception. A recent membership survey suggested that we experiment with meeting formats. We've changed the order in the hope that if the reception follows the lecture, members will have more time to talk about the subject matter and talk with each other. And we'll mingle and chat, meet the speaker, as well as have them sign their books. We have council staff and volunteers here tonight who will circulate and assist with introductions. We were very pleased with the results of the first Lecture First meeting a couple of weeks ago, where people met and conversed with each other afterward. And thank you very much for your cooperation. still an experiment, and we probably will not do this on every occasion, but we will observe how things go, and based on some feedback we get from members, we're happy to try to oblige as many people as we can. To return to our subject, Timothy Garton Ash, after graduating from Oxford University, went to Berlin to examine freedom and despotism in that divided city. It was in 1980, and he was working on his doctorate in history. While he was moving from east to west, the German secret police, the Stasi, were compiling a secret file on him. Now, with the Berlin Wall fallen and Germany unified, Garton Ash went back and retrieved his Stasi file and began tracking down the people who informed on him and the officers who hired him. Who hired them, I should say. The results of his detective work are in his latest book, The File, A Personal History, which was just published by Random House and is available for purchase and signing from Barbara's bookstore just outside. I should add that the book has been widely reviewed. I'm sure a number of you have read the reviews, and they've been, as far as I can determine, universally positive, and in some of the most prestigious journals of their kind. Timothy Garton Ash is a fellow of St. Anthony's College at Oxford University. He's also the author of The Policy Revolution, which won the Somerset Maugham Award, The Uses of Adversity, which won the European Essay Prize in Europe's name, and The Magic Lantern, as well as numerous essays in the New York Review of Books. As is the custom of the Chicago Council, there will be plenty of time for discussion following his lecture. Would you please join me now in welcoming Timothy Garton Ash once again to the Chicago Council on Foreign Relations.
Well, Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this kind introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here again, this time in this rather British-looking Arthurian hall, perhaps a slightly incongruous setting to talk about Stasi files. As most of you will, I think, know, in 1991, newly united Germany took the unprecedented and extraordinary decision to open the secret police files to anyone who had such a file and wanted to know, under certain limitations. And of course, what we discovered was that the Stasi in East Germany was probably the closest we have come to the totalitarian police state evoked by George Orwell in his book 1984. 1 in 50 people in communist East Germany, 1 in 50, had a direct connection with the secret police. The legacy of the Stasi is 111 miles of files. So I wandered into the Ministry of the Files, the so-called Gauck Authority, and asked if there was a file on me, and sure enough, there was. I was a little bit surprised when I first saw it, because on the cover it said OPK Acta so-and-so, which was a category of file, and then it said, in inverted commas, Romeo. So I said to the lady there, nice Frau Schulz, Romeo? And she said, yes, that was your code name, and giggled. My file was a very modest one by Stasi standards. It was only 325 pages. The dissident singer Wolf Biermann, for comparison, had 40,000 pages. It covered, and I think you mentioned, Chairman, in your introduction, it covered a period when I had gone to live in Berlin, initially to write an Oxford doctorate about the German resistance to Hitler. They picked me up almost straight away, almost the first time I went across to West Berlin. When I then went to live in East Berlin in 1980, they got even more interested, trying to work out what I was up to. Was I a historian? Was I a journalist? Was I a British spy? And more interested still, when I started traveling to Poland, this was the period of the first Solidarity revolution in 1980 and 81, and they concluded, as I now learn from the files, that I had aligned myself with what they called anti-socialist forces, and had indeed, I quote, declared myself openly on the side of counter-revolution, which indeed I had, except we called it a revolution. Now, the joke of this file was that they spent a great deal of effort and 300 pages not finding out what I was really doing. And there's a wonderful entry in the file near towards the end in which the head of the British department writes a memo to the head of all Stasi counterintelligence, a very sinister figure called General Kratsch, and says, according to our sources, Garton Ash has been engaged in illegal information gathering. And one wonders, what might these sources be? A tip-off, an informer, a covert bug. And you turn the page, and it says, according to Der Spiegel, the 9th of November 1981, he's just published a book about East Germany. A very critical book about East Germany. So they weren't very effective in my case. And all that remained for them to do was to review the book, which they do in the file, very angrily. One of the nicest reviews I've got. And they then revise their ideological judgment. They conclude that I was not, as they had originally thought, bourgeois liberal. By the way, quite an accurate assessment. But no, I was not bourgeois liberal. I was conservative and reactionary, and therefore should be banned from the workers' and peasants' state, which they proceeded to do, and the file effectively closes with my being banned from the country in 1982, and as a last compliment, my details put into something which was marvelously called the System for Unified Registration of Data on the Enemy. And the System for Unified Registration of Data on the Enemy was something invented by Yuri Andropov when he was head of the KGB to coordinate the secret police efforts of all the Soviet bloc states. And it had hundreds of thousands of names, put in, I think, 15 categories. The category to which I was ascribed was working for centers of political ideological diversion. My center of political ideological diversion was the BBC. No doubt C-SPAN, which is televising this evening, would have done just as well as a center for political ideological diversion. Now that was the file in brief, and it was a strange and unsettling experience to read it. But I then hesitated long and hard before deciding to do anything more with it, because actually to write a whole book about your own secret police file might be considered a somewhat self-indulgent thing to do, particularly if your code name was Romeo. But I hope when you read this book, you will see that it does actually serve a larger purpose, that it's not an exercise in self-indulgence, but I use the file as a door in, a unique door into much larger rooms. Now, every author will say, you really have to read the book. But in this case, I'm afraid you do, because unlike my last book, which was an analysis of German policy, which ended with a number of conclusions which I could summarize for you here, 1, 2, 3. Here I tell a story or a series of stories, and all the truth and all the pleasure does come in the telling of the story and in the detail. Nonetheless, I'm going to try and single out a few themes which I think it would be interesting to talk about. The first of these, and for me in a way the most interesting, is the Proustian theme. For to read a secret police file on yourself, and I hope not many in this room will have this experience, but to do so is a Proustian experience. Poor old Marcel Proust only had his soggy Madeleine, which he dipped into his coffee, to remind him, to bring back to him what he was like when he was young. Here you have 300 and more pages of description, minute by minute, of what you were doing on a particular day, what you were wearing, who you met, what you said. It's an extraordinary gift to memory. It's like walking into a room and meeting your own self as you were 20 years ago. And there he is holding forth in his old tweed jacket, maybe flirting in a corner, a little brash. It's embarrassing, touching, moving, very strange. So that in a way, and it brings one, as a historian, to think rather hard about a larger subject. That's the subject of memory and history, and how the one relates to the other. Most of us who've written about Central Europe in the 20th century have had cause to wonder at the way in which people like the former Austrian President Kurt Waldheim simply cannot remember what they were doing in Yugoslavia in 1944 until they're painfully reminded step by step. We even have a name for it. It's called Waldheimer's disease. The symptom being a very selective forgetting. But what you find when you read a file is just how much you yourself have forgotten. Or more insidiously, not just forgotten, but somehow re-remembered in a way which is more comfortable to your present self and your self-esteem. And you realize how we all live out of this rewriting of our memories. What we call my life is really just an autobiography which we're constantly rewriting. So that, in a way, was one of the most interesting themes for me. But of more general interest is the question which, as you will know, has been widely discussed, actually in any country which has had a secret police, which is how reliable are these files? As you know, in the debate in United Germany, many people said, the Akten lügen, the files lie, you can't rely on this, they're falsified, they're inaccurate. And I thought, how better to test that proposition than by trying it on myself, because I should at least know what I was doing. Well, my conclusion is this, and actually it's a conclusion not just from my own file, but from reading many others. Many small details are almost comically inaccurate. For example, I was born in Wimbledon, the home of lawn tennis. According to the Stasi, I was born in Winbredel. At that time I wrote for a weekly called The Spectator. According to the Stasi, I was writing for something called Spectre. Sounds like S-P-E-K-T-A. Sounds like a sinister organization of the West. The man from Spectre. More seriously, a man who had been my advisor at the Humboldt University in East Berlin, a professor there I knew quite well, was identified in the file as an informer. And as you know, to be exposed as an informer in contemporary Germany is the kiss of death. It has very serious consequences. You may lose your job, your friends may shun you. Well, I decided to check on this, so I rang him up and we met in a cafe on the Wilhelmstrasse, and I showed him photocopies of the relevant pages. And within 10 minutes, he had convinced me, beyond any reasonable doubt, that he wasn't an informer, that it was a mistake. What had happened was that he had been talking about me to a man at the university who was an informer. And then the Stasi officer compiling my file had confused the two people. But if I'd been a tabloid journalist and unscrupulous and had wanted to get it, I could have done a front page story. Lawrence Demps was an informer, photograph on the front page of that page of the file which says he's an informer. And you know, the damage is done, and this has happened quite a few times since the files have been opened. So I do find from this experience just how careful you have to be in dealing with the files, but I have to say that my general conclusion is that the files are on the whole quite reliable, and that treated with the necessary critical care, they yield a lot. It's not true to say that the Akten Lügen, that they're wholly unreliable. Now, one's Polish and Czech friends say, oh, well, that may be true of the Germans, but then, you know, they were Germans. They were the Red Prussians. Our lot were much more inefficient, and they made things up, or, you know, were drinking or asleep on the job. There's a sort of inverted national pride. Well, it remains to be seen, because those files are only gradually and slowly coming open, and I'll come on to that. But the Stasi files, I think, are quite accurate. Now, more important still, a large part of the file, the book that is concerned with the informers, the people who informed on me, and the Stasi officers who were on my case. And what I did was, first of all, to read their own files, which I was able to do as a researcher, and then to track them down and to talk to them, not in a spirit of denunciation or confrontation, but in order to try to understand why they did it, how they came to work for the secret police, because I thought this was a unique opportunity to do that and to show, particularly to a Western readership, how a dictatorship wins its, to coin a phrase, willing executioners, how people do come to work for a secret police. Now, once again, I'm afraid to understand that in detail, you will have to read the book, because every individual story is very different, and the truth of the story only emerges through the biography. There was, for example, a German literary scholar who was blackmailed. There was the head of an art gallery who worked with the Stasi partly out of ambition. It helped her in her career. And partly because she very much liked traveling to the West. As you know, most ordinary East Germans could only dream of traveling to the West. But if you worked with the Stasi, it became a whole lot easier. But then again, another person who informed on me was a cultured, warm-hearted, elderly German Jewish lady whom I had hugely admired and thought of as a friend. And she had collaborated with the Stasi mainly, quite simply because she was a true believer. She had become a communist in Nazi Berlin in the 1930s. She thought communism was the only credible opposition to Nazism. And she had remained so, in spite of everything. So there's a whole palette of motivations. But what you find, and what I hope is brought home by these individual stories, is that none of these people were monsters. We, I think, too often imagine in the West that people who worked for a regime like that, for the Gestapo or for the Stasi or the KGB, were all monsters. No, they were actually, most of them, people like you and me, They were not evil, they were weak. They were human, all too human, and the palette of motives is quite familiar to us in the West. And what you see then is how a system that is itself very evil is built out of individual people who are not themselves evil, only weak. In other words, it's another chapter in the history of what Hannah Arendt called the banality of evil. The banality of evil. And I hope, you see, there's a real question what someone coming from the West should do about the past of other people who lived under dictatorships. It's so easy for us to condemn, as so many West Germans have lightly condemned the East Germans. It's so easy for us to say, how could they work for the secret police? But we've never stood the test. How do we know how we would behave in such circumstances if we were born into and grew up in a dictatorship? Are we sure we'd be the dissident or the man of integrity or woman of integrity? Are we sure we wouldn't be the informer or even the secret police officer? But on the other hand, there's an opposite mistake, which you meet also in the relationship between West Germans and East Germans. Quite a few distinguished West German liberals say, good Lord, I've no idea how I would have behaved in that system. I'm sure I'd have been a Stasi informer too. So let's forgive all and forget all. Forgive and forget. But the point is, we from the West have no right to forgive. Because these people had victims. I myself was not a victim. All that happened to me was I was expelled from the country. Tough, didn't do me much damage. But the same people who were informing on me were informing on their colleagues and employees, and in one case, one of my informers even informed on her own stepdaughter. And those people did get hurt. They lost their jobs as a result. Or maybe their children were kicked out of school. Only the victims have the right to forgive. Only the victims. So what's left for us, if not to condemn and not to forgive? What's left for us, I think, is simply to try to understand, not to excuse, but to understand how that system functioned, so that, hopefully, we can look out for the warning signs of it developing again. Now, those are a few of the lessons that I drew, or a few of the avenues that I pursued. But I want now, for the last few minutes of my remarks, to step back and think about what the Germans have done in a larger context. Because, as you will easily see, it's not just the Germans who face this problem of dealing with a difficult past. So does every post-communist country. So does Poland, Romania, Russia. So does South Africa, where I was recently to look at the Truth Commission. Chile, Cambodia. It's a problem you find all over the world. Although it is, it has to be said, something of a German speciality, since they've had two stabs at it, the first time after 1945 and the second time after 1989, so that whereas there is actually no English word for this business of dealing with a difficult past, German has two long ones, Geschichtsaufarbeitung and Vergangenheitsbewältigung, two long untranslatable words. Now, dealing with, coming to terms with, treating, perhaps overcoming the past. Now, there are various ways of going about that. And Germany, since communism, has uniquely in post-communist Europe tried them all. Trials. As you know, the men who shot people trying to escape across the wall have been put on trial, as have Politburo members responsible. purges, that is to say, the systematic vetting of people wanting to come into public service and the removal of all those who are compromised by a Stasi record. In Germany, with habitual perfectionism, this procedure has now been applied to more than 1.7 million people. That is to say, 1 in 10 East Germans. Some of us might think that that was a little bit over the top. Was it really necessary that the postman and the train driver should be vetted? By the way, this process is named after the head of the Ministry of the Files, Joachim Gauck. It's called Gauckig. So you say of somebody, he was gouged. And then you say, he came out Gauck positive or Gauck negative. So to have a Stasi pass is a civil version of HIV. And then there are what I call history lessons. History lessons of various kinds. The large, formal, ritual history lesson, which is the Truth Commission in South Africa, headed by Bishop Tutu, or the Truth Commissions in Latin America. Germany has had that. They didn't quite dare to call it a Truth Commission. Truth is a word that's been too much abused in Central Europe over the 20th century. So they called it more neutrally the Enquete Commission of the German Bundestag, but in effect it was the Truth Commission. And then the opening of the archives so that historians and journalists can let 100 documentaries bloom. And then uniquely, this opening of the secret police files, which, as I said before, has never been done before anywhere like this. What is the balance sheet of that opening 5 years on? Well, it's incredibly difficult to say. Something like 500,000 people have now seen their own Stasi files. How can one draw up a balance sheet of that experience when each individual's experience was so different? Some people have suffered terribly as a result. You probably all know the famous case of the opposition activist Vera Wollenberger, who discovered that her own husband had been informing on her since the day they met. They'd been married for about 10 years, they'd had children together, they'd go out for a family walk on Sunday with the kids, and on Monday morning he'd be off, her husband would be off, talking to his case officer and spilling the beans on what his wife was up to. They're now divorced. A good friend of mine discovered that his elder brother had been informing on him. Is it better for them that they know? I think only they can say. Moreover, and I touched on this earlier, there have been quite a few cases where people have been unfairly identified and pilloried in the media as informers. EM, the German initial, as informers. And then it's emerged that the story is much more complicated. We could perhaps discuss that in question time. But the damage has been done. And I think that sensationalist media have often been very irresponsible in the way they've used this material. And that's a lesson, I think, for other post-communist countries, or indeed other countries, when they address comparable problems. But on the whole, my own view has been, and is, that this has been a positive experience for Germany, that very nasty regime. A German school child in the 1950s could go to school and grow up at home, learning remarkably little about the evils of Nazi Germany. No German school child today can grow up without knowing about the evils of East Germany. Whether they want to listen is another matter, but the information is there in the books. Most people this is rather a sweeping generalization, but my impression is that most people who've read their own files have come away with a kind of sober relief. What they tend to say is, well, at least now I know. Let me give you an example. There was a man who read his file and then said to the lady at the Gulf Authority, you know, for years I thought that my son-in-law was informing on me, and I was damned if I was going to leave my house to him. But now I've read my file, and actually he wasn't. So now I can leave my house to him. And it was a sort of nunc dimittis, you know, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. And there are many, many more examples of that. And actually, I think there's a strong argument that the residual suspicion, the uncertainty, the distrust that was there already at the time of the East German regime because of the Stasi would be perpetuated by not opening the files. Opening the files in a way is the best path to closing them. And there's another argument, which is, look what happened elsewhere in post-communist Europe, where they tried to do what the Spaniards did after Franco, which was to say, let bygones be bygones. Forgive and forget. Draw a thick line under the past. No trials, no purges, no history lessons. Amnesty and amnesia. Well, you could argue that to some extent it actually worked in Spain. Spanish democracy has been built on a foundation of a kind of amnesia. But it certainly didn't work in the post-communist world. Look at Poland, where it was tried quite decisively by the first post-communist government, Solidarity government. What happened there was that the subject of the communist past, and specifically of the secret police, kept coming back to haunt Polish politics because it hadn't been dealt with, because it hadn't been confronted. First of all, there was a famous occasion when a right-wing interior minister suddenly produced about 60 files, evidence from secret police files, one dramatic night in the Polish parliament. It was called in Polish the Noc Teczek, might loosely be translated as the night of the long files. And these files, as it happened, were mostly on the political opponents of that government, including the then President Lech Wałęsa. There was no way of scrupulously checking these files at the time. Then again, in 1995, the outgoing interior minister accused his own post-communist prime minister of having been a KGB agent, and the prime minister finally had to resign as a result. Even in the last election campaign, there was an accusation made that the President Kwasniewski, had himself had contacts with the KGB. So the past keeps coming back to haunt you because you haven't confronted it, just as it did come back to haunt post-war West Germany. The Nazi past, as we all know, came back to haunt post-war West Germany in the 60s and 70s, precisely because it had been repressed and suppressed in the 1950s. Similarly with France, as we've seen only recently. The so-called Vichy syndrome, the way in which the history of Vichy again and again has dogged French politics. François Mitterrand, even at the end of his career, now in the Papon trial. That's what happens if you don't confront the past swiftly and get it behind you. So the point of doing this is not to dwell on the past, but to find out what happened, record, reflect, and then to move on. And I find it very interesting that Poland and the Czech Republic and Hungary, which initially were quite skeptical about the Gauck model of opening the secret police files, are now at various stages of adopting a modified version of it. In the Czech Republic, Czech citizens now have the right to see their own files. In Hungary, the same is true, although not many people are applying. And there is an active discussion in Poland of doing the same thing. By the way, what an extraordinary development it is when just 50 years after the end of the Second World War, when the Poles come to think about how they might deal with their own difficult past, they look to Germany as a model. Interesting to think what has changed in Europe in those 50 years. So those are the few comments and thoughts I wanted to lay before you, but in closing my remarks, let me just say that while this is a serious and indeed a grim subject, it has its grotesquely comic elements too. And one of them is this. When the files were first opened, a lot of people, for example, students at the Humboldt University in East Berlin, went around saying, yeah, well, you know, I've decided I really must apply to see my file. And, you know, it's going to be tough. Who knows what's in there, but I must. And, you know, their girlfriends were really impressed. Quite a guy. And then came the terrible day, and the letter from the Galco authority popped through the letterbox. Afraid you have no file. So, I say half in jest, perhaps one thing worse than having a file is not having a file. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gardner-Nash, for those very thought-provoking remarks. I'm sure there will be many questions. I'd like to begin our discussion with one of my own, if I could. Obviously, the very act of information gathering is very labor-intensive. You've discussed the sheer volume of material that was amassed by the Stasi, your own file of 325 pages, the 40,000 page file that you mentioned. The question I have concerns the utility of information gathering in general. Did you have a sense that any of this material in general ultimately was useful in propping up the East European regime? Or was the very signal-to-noise ratio, you could say, of the act of sifting through this massive minutia that was gathered over the years much more ambiguous in its effect on the political stability of the country?
Is this my... No, I'll use that one, right. It's an interesting question, which is, of course, a question, in a sense, about all intelligence gathering. And a very fair question, which could be asked about Western intelligence gathering as of Eastern. It's quite obvious that the Stasi went completely over the top. I mean, this was overkill. And a lot of it was completely useless because the people being watched were harmless. But it is not true to say, look, in the end of the day, the system collapsed, didn't it? And the Stasi couldn't prevent that. They couldn't even anticipate it. So what use were they? Because the answer is they were a hell of a lot of use. They kept the lid on a very vulnerable and potentially explosive country, kept the lid on for the Soviet Union and the Communist Party from the aftermath of the 17th of June 1953 rising, right the way through to the autumn of 1989, without any of the great ructions that you saw in other East Central European countries. And it was a very effective mechanism of control. I would say that, and that's what it was about. It wasn't so much about intelligence, it was about control. And I would say that this is something like almost a paradigm of a mature totalitarian state. A mature totalitarian state which doesn't need to put people in prison, doesn't need to beat people up.
He's on the internet crying.
Jethro, you know, I've looked at your channel. It's like comedy gold. I mean,
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff in there, man.
a lot of stuff that I got it all taken down. And I don't stick it up for, reasons. Man, like, when I did a lot of this comedy stuff, man, a lot of people, like, really got hurt over it, though, man. Like, it was almost like I was fucking with their lives or something,
I know.
Some people just can't handle it, though, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like,
Well, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's why I decided tonight to go live, because I was like, man, I was slumming it. Okay, let's just call it straight up. I was slumming it over there at Aaron's. And I'm like, I don't even need to be in this chat. Like, it made me feel dirty. I was like, I gotta get out of here. So I thought, if I'm that bored or whatever, I should just start my own stream. So.
Fucking, I don't know. Aaron's fucking. He's like, oh, come troll me with your legit accounts and might take you seriously. What the fuck is that even supposed to mean, man? Fucking.
I don't know. Like, yeah, he's always thinking, like, there's informants after him and nanofleas and stuff.
He's fucking, he's paranoid. He's like, they're trying to hack me right now. I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
I know these people get like simple copyright strikes and everything. And they're like, it's her, it's whoever, it's it's the government.
it's aliens. It's Anunnaki. Fucking, they're beaming down the copyright strikes.
I can't even keep up with it. And we're all supposed to know some codes and shit.
The code, yeah. Here, like, I'm gonna share one more with you.
He's on the internet crying.
Of control. I would say that, and that's what it was about. It wasn't so much about intelligence, it was about control. And I would say that this is something like almost a paradigm of a mature totalitarian state. A mature totalitarian state which doesn't need to put people in prison, doesn't need to beat people up, let alone torture them or assassinate them, because you've got the controls in place anyway in everyday life. So basically, I think the Stasi were damned effective.
Thank you. Be happy to take questions, please.
But do you think the East Germans really believe the party line that all of the Nazis were in West Germany? They told us that, but did the German people, East Germany, really believe that?
Sorry, which East German people? Ordinary East German people?
Yes.
Well, actually, I can only give you an impressionistic answer based on living there and traveling a great deal there, and the answer is quite a lot of people did, because there were no prominent Nazis in East German public life, or if they were, you certainly didn't read about them in the papers, unlike in West Germany. On the other hand, you constantly read in your papers about prominent Nazis in West German public life, and you couldn't check it out because you couldn't go there. So that in my own experience, I found that actually quite a lot of people did rather believe that, and it was a genuine source of legitimacy for the communist regime. We were the anti-fascist resistance. Of course it was phony, it was manipulated, it was a myth, but it worked to some extent. And in particular, the old Stasi officers, when I tracked them down and talked to them, banged on about that at inordinate length. And it wasn't just propaganda. It was part of their raison d'existence. I mean, it really was what they thought they were doing.
Sir.
You've identified one badge of pride in connection with a file, and that is finding out you have one rather than not meriting one. For me, 20 years ago, when I asked for mine from the FBI, I was accorded the even higher honor of being told that mine was classified in the interests of national security. The point of my observation is that there is a Freedom of Information Act and a Privacy Act in the United States which permit any citizen here to ask for his or her file from any agency of government. And while if you are close to the events and still alive, you may get the response that I got, particularly if you are deceased, you are likely to have a great deal of luck getting your file. For example, former Mayor Daley, the boss of Chicago, only 20 years after he died, succeeded in getting his file printed across the front pages of the Chicago Tribune. And we have now had many, probably hundreds if not thousands, of very extensive files of well-known people published in the newspapers, in effect, by journalists. My question is whether you have at all looked at this practice and its effect in the United States as an ongoing activity of a state which does not have a dramatic break between some totalitarian past and a democratic present, but simply an ongoing practice of the state that ought to be constantly monitoring itself.
I was wondering how quickly we'd get to the FBI files. And second question, or third question. The short answer is I haven't looked at it in the United States because I live in the United Kingdom. So I've looked at it in the United Kingdom. But I would very much like to read a book which tried to pull together everything that has come out because of the Freedom of Information Act about the way FBI files were compiled, and see what we can conclude. I mean, it seems to me that two things are obvious. Firstly, that the handiwork of intelligence and surveillance is in many ways very similar. A bug is a bug whether it's east or west. A narc is a narc whether he's east or west. But it would be interesting, for example, to see how much the FBI relied on human informers, volunteer informers, as opposed to professional agents. In the Stasi case, we know the answer. The other thing that seems to me absolutely clear is that the function within the system, within the political system, the degree of democratic control, the degree of legal control, was completely different. And there is simply no comparison. So I think one has to make both statements. Now, so far as Britain is concerned, I have looked into this, and there's a long passage in the book about this. And our security service is very slowly following in your wake. The new Labour government in Britain is now actively drafting a Freedom of Information Act. And the security services, rather desperately, trying to work out what to do about it. They say, heaven save us from the American model. So they're trying to look at what the Canadians have done, or New Zealand is often cited, anything but the American model. And I actually got them to admit that they do have a small file on me, although they hasten to add a friendly file. And then I said, well, could I see it? I'd like to read it. And they said, no. And so I said, well, why not? And they said, because it's a property of the Crown. I think only in England could you be given that answer.
Very quick delivery, because I'm not going to be doing too many videos, but just want everybody to know that Tacos for Goals is pretty cool. Definitely lived up to her word.
Okay, anyways, my point is, like, I wouldn't mind having sex with you.
Okay.
Level that was, like, off this smart level or something. What am I trying to say?
All right. I'll take.
I think you're sexy as fuck, and I think, like,
I've taken note. I took a note.
The fuck? Okay, I want to shut up now.
I'm gonna get up.
At one point in time, I think me and you are gonna be in a sexual relationship.
It would be dangerous.
Nah, it would be fun. It's not so dangerous. It'd be fun as fuck. And it'd be dangerous too, but whatever. It'd be fun, I think.
It would be. I don't know. Let me give it some thought.
Nah. Hey, you too talk. It'd be fun.
Okay.
I'll shut up now.
All right. Everybody's gone except for the reporters, I think.
Probably. Whatever.
I know. All right. Well, I was glad I jumped on.
I'm glad you did too.
Yeah.
Huh?
Hope to talk to you soon. I'm gonna jump out. I'm falling asleep.
Hurry up and do it. Hurry up and do it before I get crazy.
All right. Okay, James. Much peace, love, and respect to you, bro.
Always.
Okay, bye.
What the fuck you gonna do about it? Shut the fuck up. Not your choice. My choice. I'm obsessed with her. The fuck would I obsessed with it? Huh. Stupid. Weirdo. Fucking weirdo.
He's on the internet crying.
Just a note. If I have the time and I feel like it, I'll make another video and explain a few things. But the main thing I wanted to explain with Aaron, his little stunt he pulled last night. He keeps bringing up that he's a veteran and that I accused him of stolen valor. Well, I did, and I was told that by two tour Marines, and so I believed it.
Naked. Naked.
Oh, yes, yes.
Naked.
I forgot he was naked.
And then I found out it wasn't stolen valor. It was rather a call. And the Dark One, Mike Soror, was supposedly on that call as well. A Hangouts call, where Aaron was crybabying about his being disabled by a antenna. He got attacked by an antenna in Alaska while he was in the Coast Guard. And it pissed those dudes off. It really, really did. But there's another player in that. Maybe that'll come up, but she just needs to just shut her mouth. How all that played out. I did contact Aaron and apologize for calling him stolen valor, because I thought that he had no service at all. But that's what it was, because Aaron has nano fleas and was attacked by an antenna and some kind of frequency wave, and is on whatever disability, payout, dole, and he's in a hangout.
Look who the real dodo is, Lark boy. I live in the real world. You're the one who's a shill, and I've woken plenty of people up. And yeah, I am a demon slayer.
And all veteran, like we hear him on YouTube, two tour combat Marine It didn't work out so well, did it, Aaron? I was big enough to apologize for that because he actually did serve. So, my bad on that. Yeah. Basically, I mean, maybe it's even worse than stolen valor. I don't know, because it's like just enough to constantly keep saying he's a veteran. And then he keeps saying, and he says that to two-term combat veterans, Marines. He was in the Coast Guard. He dismantled an antenna and it attacked him. And now he's like really something special because the military's on a psyop against him or whatever. And again, Mike Soror was supposedly on that call. I was not. So this is what I was told and where I had that information. My mistake is even getting involved. There's a lot of things that he hit the little sideways. And now he has my channel name. Last time it was my first name and other things. His friend Wendy does her bullshit. Miss Kim, I don't like cheese setup calls. Everybody else that are in those circles know what these setup shows are. Get them to say this or talk about that. I don't like tea. Of course you don't. Kim, you guys are sick. You are really, really sick. So anyways, just wanted to clear up the veteran shit. Aaron, kudos on your antenna and your dole, your monthly payout and medical, and all the other veteran benefits you get. Then you want to talk to two-term combat Marine about your crybaby issues. Okay? Yeah, that's what that's about. Pussy.
Look at that shit.
He's on the internet crying.
Read it. And they said, no. And so I said, well, why not? And they said, because it's the property of the Crown. I think only in England could you be given that answer.
Back? What about the attitude towards the ex-Stasi officers themselves? Are they get away with the excuse of, gee whiz, we're sort of going along with the system and dismissed or excused, or are they feeling the negative effects of the actions they took against their own populace during that period of time?
You mean in terms of popular reaction to them now? Yes. Because there are two different things you could ask. You could ask, how do they feel about it now? And the answer is, you get very different reactions from the totally unrepentant, who believe that Gorbachev was a CIA agent, to those who genuinely learned out of the experience. The way they're being handled in society seems to me rather civilized. A few really notorious figures have been brought to trial, or have at least been indicted. The rest of them are simply living in retirement on modest pensions. One of them, one officer on my case, a certain Colonel Fritz, complained bitterly to me that it was very unjust because, you know, he'd had a good salary and he's only getting a pension which was pegged to the average East German wage. And he said, this violates the basic principle of equality before the law. Something he rather recently discovered. But as a matter of fact, Colonel Fritz had a job on the side, as well as that pension. He's working as an insurance salesman. And another of my officers, again, was working as a salesman. So quite a lot of the younger officers have got rather modest jobs in society. Obviously, some people shun them, but, you know, they're not spat upon the streets, they're not ostracized totally in society. You know, they don't have to fear when they go out for a drink at the pub. So I think it's been handled rather well.
I just have a general question as more of a linguistic approach. You mentioned Kurt Waldheim, the Waldheimian amnesia effect, but during World War II, the collaboration with the Stasi and the Stasi, it sounds a lot alike, although one was, is there any relationship as to how their names became the same or their German roots or so forth? Perhaps I'd like to be informed about that.
I'm afraid the answer is no. It's an ingenious theory. But no, Stasi is short for Staatssicherheitsdienst, which means State Security Service. And that's where it's come from. And Ustascha has a quite different root.
Please. You had mentioned that most of what Stasi had done was dealt with control.
I also have a thing though. This guy Thomas Schoenberger.
Yep.
I've been looking into him, and he's too weird not to go further on.
What kind of weird?
Yeah, this is a guy who writes music for babies to make them smarter. I don't really know what happens next, but apparently he has since really gone down a very dark turn and has now several really serious criminal charges against him, including defrauding a bunch of old women of their life savings and also a felony stalking charge.
Please check the number and try your call again.
Yeah. Hey, so let me ask you, why you got a personal issue with Canadians?
Because they're pussies.
Well, what about Polacks?
I don't know about that. But anyways, they're damn pussy Canadians. They're gonna take over the internet and start a revolution.
Wait a second. But didn't Carmen already blame Canada for everything?
If Canada was able to do shit, they already would.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I also have a thing though. This guy Thomas Schoenberger.
Yep.
Is short for Staatssicherheitsdienst, which means State Security Service. And that's where it's come from. And Ustascha has a quite different root.
Please. You had mentioned that most of what Stasi had done was dealt with control as opposed to intelligence. But there was a part of the apparatus that did do intelligence gathering off of the Foreign Diplomatic Corps and NATO specifically. And did those organizations that were involved in as being the victim of intelligence gathering go back afterwards and investigate files that were held on them to either learn methodologies or to prevent those same types of intelligence gatherings in the future?
Yeah, well, of course, there was the small foreign intelligence wing, the HVA, headed by the notorious Marcus Mischa Wolf, who now identifies himself by profession as an author. And as you know, this part of the Stasi has been on the front pages of American newspapers in just the last couple of days, because they appear to have had some agents here. The answer to your question is, of course they have. Of course, every Western intelligence service worth its salt has gone back and tried to find out what went on. And they've actually, gone and talked to Marcus Wolf and dozens of other people and said, won't you talk to us? And some said no, some said maybe, some said how much. And of course some people have talked, and so things have been found out. But the big problem is that whereas after the change, the negotiated revolution in East Germany in late 1989, early 1990, the files of the domestic secret police, much the largest part, were preserved by the opposition. They occupied the buildings, occupied the archives, and said, no, we're going to keep this stuff. So only a small proportion was shredded or burned. For some extraordinary reason, they decided that the Foreign Intelligence Service, the HVA, could go on destroying its own files. It's a perverse decision, inexplicable in many ways. And so I have talked to the HVA officers who did spend 6 months systematically destroying virtually all their records. They didn't quite get them all, but virtually all. One of them said to me, with I thought slightly misplaced pathos, you know, I was destroying my life's work with my own hands. And so those records have been destroyed. And therefore it's actually very difficult to work out in comparable detail exactly what the Stasi was up to in the West. I mean, a few copies of card indices have found their way back to the West, so we know some names, but we don't have the documentation. And we have to rely on people like Marcus Wolf, who is not, as you may have noticed, the world's most reliable source.
Yes, sir.
I had occasion in 1966 to go with my father back to Riga, Latvia. I actually have a photograph of him.
Kicking, wouldn't you know it? It is Thursday, November the 15th, or sorry, the 19th, that is. And I hope most people are doing well, not the shills, of course. And maybe you've noticed already, you probably have. Oh no, he's disabled the chat. Oh my word, why on earth would I do that? Why on earth take away the playground for the shills and trolls? They need it, they desperately need it so bad. It is their playground and their way of absolutely infiltrating and just flooding any show that is half decent or real, that is trying to expose anything that's going on. They will arrive in droves, and I don't know if anybody has been shilled as hard as I have. You know, I don't know. It's hard. I think of some other people, but I don't know if they've had quite what I've gone through, but obviously I've been a Mark man for a long time. I think since Sandy Hook. So I came back tonight because the other night I did kind of, it was a very spontaneous, impromptu sort of podcast. I just was very angry, and probably not the best time to do a podcast when you're very angry, because then maybe you end up regretting some things. And I did say some things about physical threats and stuff like that, which I kind of regret. Kind of, and you know, that's the way I am. I'm a fighter, right? You know, like if you challenge me, I'll fight you, right? I will. And the problem with the internet is that people get brave when they can hide behind their computer. You know, the keyboard warriors that are out there, and the vloggers and stuff, the complete disinfo outlets on YouTube, which are a dime a dozen. I mean, they're everywhere. And they are very brave when it comes to coming after someone like myself and throwing around all these labels and, you know, just totally making up total bullshit about me. And stuff that they would never, ever, ever, ever say to my face. There's no chance that they would, because then they would be in a world of pain. And that's the way I am. You know, you're not going to fucking insult me to my face. So don't do it on videos either. But I digress. Anyway, so I came out and I said, well, I'm done. You know, I'm finished with this movement. This movement is lost and all that. And that was just out of the frustration of what was going on. But I am moving out. I mean, it's something that I've planned for a very, very long time. So this is one of the last things I'm going to do here, which may be one of the most important things that I'm going to do here. But I wanted to come back and first and foremost, before I forget, is to thank all my wonderful listeners, all the people, so many people sending me messages, private messages, tweets, and all this stuff.
Wolf, who is not, as you may have noticed, the world's most reliable source.
I had occasion in 1966 to go with my father back to Riga, Latvia. I actually have a photograph of him and me in the doorway he had left 50 years before. At that time, Latvia was part of the Soviet Union. Would they have had a file on me, you think, and can I obtain, as you did in Germany, my file?
Yeah. I mean, I'm afraid the short answer is yes to the first part and no to the second. One of the great problems of the whole former Soviet Union in its various component parts is that the problem of the difficult past has been so little addressed, and in particular, almost nothing has been done, with a few small exceptions that prove the rule, to give any kind of systematic access to the vast archives of the KGB, which is, of course, what it would have been in this case, or the NKVD. And this, again, shows the price of not trying to confront the past, not dealing with the past. And one part of that price is that if you don't work through the history of the secret police and the security service, then you risk having a security service and a secret police which is still very active and not under proper control. And that's, of course, exactly what happened in Romania after 1989 with the Securitate. Even to some extent happened in Poland in a small way, even in the Czech Republic. They weren't properly under control because they hadn't been properly illustrated. And of course this happened in spades in the Soviet Union. So I think the day on which you could see your file, if there is one, would be the day in which you could say that democracy is secure in Latvia.
Matt?
Has your glance into the workings of the Stasi and DDR suggested any new views of the wisdom and practicality of the speed of German reunification as a model? I'm thinking in future of I don't know how many years from now, of a possible reunification of North and South Korea, for example.
The single reason why it was unquestionably right to proceed very fast with German unification is the August 1991 putsch in the Soviet Union. That is to say, the window of opportunity was only open for a relatively short period. And therefore, Helmut Kohl's claim to greatness is that he sees that opportunity in this extraordinary and magnificent and effective way. Of course, Germany has paid a price for the haste of unification. In the technicalities of unification, the exchange rate was wrong, The whole restitution business was rehandled. In many ways, West Germans have treated East Germans like an occupied country. I mean, there have been all sorts of problems, partly resulting from the haste with which it was done, and simply the blanket application of the West German model. But the actual fact of the speed of doing it was, I think, essential because of the geopolitical situation. Now, of course, that doesn't apply in the same way to Korea.
Freedom of Information Act more or less a contradiction in terms, or at least the Freedom of Information ability, a contradiction in terms, A, and B, what do you do with an intelligence gathering agency like the CIA, which in its pursuit of sometimes loyal citizens is in the meantime being betraying its country through its own membership?
Well, that's a big question. I certainly, I'm very much in favor of freedom of information. I don't for a moment think it's a contradiction in terms, and I think we need it in Britain. Particularly when the technological possibilities of keeping large amounts of data and moving around large amounts of data on citizens and of surveillance. I mean, as you know, you can bug anyone anywhere. Technically, nowadays, you can bug anyone anywhere. Given those technological possibilities, I think it's very important to have a Freedom of Information Act and a Data Protection Act. But the problem is, of course, that a secret service which has no secrets ain't much use. The West German Secret Service, by the way, the BND, was, for much of its history, pretty much in that category. I mean, all the Stasi people talk about the West German Secret Service, the BND, with bottomless contempt. We knew everything they knew. It's not much use. And so there is a contradiction, a conflict between those things, which every good Freedom of Information Act has to resolve. It has to strike a balance between the need for openness and the need for secrecy. The difficult question for us, and indeed here, will be, given that we have entered a new era after the end of the Cold War, obviously we're not going to have a chance to see our current MI5 files. That's not on. But what about the files from the Cold War, if we consider the Cold War has ended from that period? And that's, I think, where the debate will be.
We have time for one more question. Yes, ma'am?
Did you find that some professions were more complicitous? Did professors at universities inform more than doctors in hospitals or people in churches or things like that?
There were something like 140,000 informers and another 30 to 40,000 people making their apartments available to the Stasi or things of that kind. I have read the histories of perhaps 100. So it's actually very difficult to say. It'll be a long time before we can establish answers to those sort of questions, if ever, because to do so you have to go into individuals' files. Since those individuals have a right of privacy, it's going to be quite difficult to do. But I think one impression I would risk in answer to your question is a rather sad one, namely that they were more likely to be better educated than less so.
Well, I wanted to, again, thank Mr. Garton-Ash for his very interesting and informative presentation. I can't guarantee that your American intelligence file wasn't added to tonight, but I have no doubt that if that were the case, it's been all very positive information.
He's on the internet crying.
It's a clone. I didn't really have the AI thing around, in my scope of thinking at that time, but now, of course, okay, the fact of the matter is that's not Joe Biden. So the question comes, where is the real Joe Biden? You and I both know where the real Joe Biden is. But the fact that people still can't pick this out and see that this guy is just not Joe Biden.
Yeah, and so, you have a bunch of actors that are doing their part, and the originals are most of them, which the ones, there is no original Joe. He was drilled. There's the creature they found in doing the domes. It's a little reptilian kind of creature that varies between 2 and 3 feet tall. It's kind of varies between grayish green to a brownish green.
You talking about the Brill?
Yeah, and so it makes like a pod person. It's a reptilian, but it takes over the body and kills the person inside, and so that's what Joe was. But what's left of him, of course, and all the other people that arrest list, if we see that's true, the majority of places they keep the high-end people, the big people that we know worldwide would be Greenland and Camp Century. And then, of course, to take out the corporation, Trump, if you remember last July 4th, he apparently signed a second Declaration of Independence. So that's what I'm looking at here. And so he is now the 19th president for these United States, for America by that. And what I've heard, vetted it 2 ways so far, that he was secretly inaugurated already. So he already is, but it'll be, if they go by the way, as the 19th president, the way the Constitution reads, is that the president is inaugurated on March 4th. Up until Ulysses S. Grant, who signed the Incorporation Act. They wrote it up in 1867, and he signed it in 1871. We became a corporation, and then it went, bankrupt, as I showed earlier, by the midnight of the 19th of this year. And so we're seeing a lot of smooth moves, as you would say, by Trump that's taking out this illegal cabal that's trying to take over the world. And, that's why, it's give great prayers and honor for all of these men and women in the Alliance, in the space program, and that are in the special forces taking out this cabal, because if they hadn't done this, it would have been game over. We would have been done out of the world. And every corporate company on earth, and removing the corporations in every corporation, otherwise known as countries, we think. But there's some significant differences, and this is kind of a list of differences here between a corporation and a company. And this through the Dominion system, where it can write in ballots, it can flip ballots, like in the US during the last election, it's flipping ballots. It's also writing in. It can also count more than one time. So by Nasara, what I've been told is that they'll hold a completely new election. It takes 120 days, whereby the machines will be built by the Army Corps of Engineers or already have been, and they can only count a ballot one time, and the military will verify the person that's writing that ballot up or putting that ballot in is a U.S. citizen, that's a living U.S. citizen and a registered voter, and they have not been guilty of a felony, because for felony you can't vote. And then they'll put it in the machine. It counts at one time with the party that are there to register that vote has been counted correctly by the parties. I don't think there'll be a Democratic Party. It'll probably be a constitutional party and maybe a couple new parties. We don't know. Because
you get rid of the party system. I know you need to unify under a message and all that. But that's been the whole problem. We need a constitutionalist mindset, framework, educated citizen, I should say, citizen politician that understands that and runs. But again, the whole party system. Look, I used to be that guy, Democrat, Republican, 2 different parties. You get the small parties. But the problem is the people have become loyal to the party instead of the country. Even the voters. The voters are loyal. Look how many people fought for Hillary Clinton. What are these people going to say when it comes out of what their heroes or people they've been voting for, what they've been doing to humanity. What are they going to do? What are they going to say? I mean, I understand we all have been living under a veil of secrecy and compartmentalization, but at some point, we're all going to be responsible for our actions whenever the truth has been in front of us and we just refuse to look at it. But I've been beating up on the Republican Party since 2006. It's like,
Exactly.
yeah, I want to see what that Space Force.
Yeah, Space Force is doing global blackouts, as I said, including the Vatican. They blacked it out to take literally that Vatican and the dumb under the Vatican goes to Jerusalem. It's over 1,500 miles. The first 150 miles were 60 meters high by 60 meters wide by 40 meters high by 150 miles long of nothing but gold bullion. The numbers I've heard are $34.7 quintillion in 2020 dollars of gold. And
that's enough that every human on Earth could be living like a millionaire. Every last of 7.8 billion or whatever it is could be living like a millionaire.
Yep. So they've been blacking that out and pulling the gold out of there. Plus, after that is meticulous records, because the cabal loves to gloat, about exactly where the gold came from what country, what city, what municipality, what family, what person, from fake taxes to you name it. So they've been doing this, plus a lot of religious archives, missing books of the Bible, all kinds of things that are in there. And so then these are also flights going over the U.S. For those that think nothing's happening. This is military flights only this week, this last 2 weeks. That's all that, I mean, that's a lot of operations going on.
I also have a thing though. This guy Thomas Schoenberger.
Yep.
I've been looking into him, and he's too weird not to go further on.
What kind of weird are we
Yeah,
talking?
this is a guy who writes music for babies to make them smarter. I don't really know what happens next, but apparently he has since really gone down a very dark turn and has now several really serious criminal charges against him, including defrauding a bunch of old women of their life savings and also a felony stalking charge.
Please check the number and try your call again.
And I've defended many people when I know the truth. When it comes to this subject, and I know the truth, I'll fucking speak that shit. Normally I don't involve my...
But this person just threatened my friend for helping me out expose the individuals that are threatening my son and I. These people act like they were joking about food, but these are code words that pedophiles use. And now they're threatening my friend for just showing a recording of that. Also, isn't it interesting how he says, damn, you know how many times me and multiple of my friends have gotten accused of being a Chester? Think about that. Let that sink in. Do you, any other regular person, friends that have gotten accused of such thing? Multiple friends? And so they decide to attack this brown man that just makes content on YouTube and decides to help me out and make videos every now and then. And now they're threatening him because they are the ones that are threatening my son and I. When is YouTube going to stop allowing? I think it's quite interesting how you can't see outside of the box and notice that if you have multiple friends being accused of being a Chester, you should look beyond just the money or job or the security that one might have in order to speak the truth, like you so happen to be saying in this video. And these people have been targeting families, brown, melanated, Black, Hispanic families online or in public, and they make jokes about it using code words on YouTube.
What's the thing about the ice cream? He loves ice cream. Tell me about that.
Ice cream is big. Pasta with red sauce. He can go deep on that.
And at the same time, while all that's going on, the videos and the podcasts that I put up were getting shilled like crazy. People showing up, and we'll show a little bit of this later, how they do it and who does it and what their intentions are and how they are, trying to cognitively infiltrate the entire truth movement and make us look like a bunch of lunatics, and that's exactly what's going on. And when it comes to, say, Paris, for instance, I believe Paris is a false flag because I believe all the evidence points to that the government knew damn well that this was going to go down on this particular day. But I was very careful not to call it a hoax, because if people did die, which would be a very, which would be typical of the New World Order to do something like that, then we are being incredibly insensitive to those who may have died, and we are not making ourselves look good at all, because no one will listen to us if people are convinced that people died there. When you bust a hoax, you have to provide things called smoking guns, and we try to find them in each one that we've done. And every single hoax that I've busted, we find the smoking guns, the things that can't be explained any other way. A woman hanging from a windowsill is the world's stupidest thing to say scream hoax with, because there's a perfect explanation for it. So therefore, the people that push that meme and try to use that they're only, first of all, catering to their audience, which are auto hoax most of the time. And they're not going to bring anybody new in, because people will instantly be able to see, well, these guys are dumb. Can't they see there's bars in the window? She's obviously standing in the bars. Things like that. So if you're going to try to prove that there's a hoax, you have to have enough evidence to prove so, because this world is much more sophisticated. And that is why I, was calling it over and over again a false flag. And then I said, well, I thought people died because I saw a video that was very, it looked very real to me, and it still does. I've watched it many, many times. And yes, it could be staged, it's possible, but it's well done. And then if you think about the location and how busy it is there and how many residents live in that area, and you're surrounded by 8 or 10-story buildings everywhere, they're all residents. I mean, how could they possibly set that up without anybody noticing? Now, if you had evidence that they were setting up the scene, then that would be significant. In fact, that if you had solid proof that they actually set up the scene, then you would have your smoking gun for a hoax. But there's nothing like that. There's nothing that exists. That's why you have to be careful, I believe, and that's just my point of view. Now, I know other good truthers that are out there, like Red Silverjay, believes it's a hoax, and I respect that, but then you get the ones that are awful, just the worst disinfo outlets that are out there, and people that are, I don't know if they're lobotomized or what, but they're incredibly stupid, and they make the truth movement look really bad. And I don't think they're part of a truth movement, because really what they do is they push lies and bullshit like flat earth and all these different other psyops, Trans-Asia, all this crap. So stay subscribed to this channel just for that. I will also be doing a full sort of documentary on the history of Free Radio Revolution. And I will be, as I already have, releasing some of the incredible attacks and stalking that has happened against me, which continues, which only amplifies, and it only gets worse as you go along. And revealing some of those people so that you know clearly who the shills are and how ruthless and unsensitive and just completely belligerent their methods are. It's very important for people to know this, especially if you're a truther coming up sort of thing. And I said things the other night, which I should have rephrased, because I said things like, don't do it, it's awful, it's the worst thing ever. You got to do what you got to do. I mean, if you feel strongly about the truth and you feel that, you have that in you and you want to get it out, you want to contribute, well, then you should. But you have to understand that it can be very dangerous. And I've said it over and over again over the years, as you can't win doing this. Like, it's not like other channels. It's not like if you have a video game channel or an entertainment channel or something like that. Like, the more popular you get, the more targeted you get. It's just it. So what you see coming out against me is the methods of cognitive infiltration to try to ruin. Like, they see me as one of the leaders in the truth movement, and they have marked me for target for a very long time. So they are trying to find anything that they can to try to use against me. And they have infiltrated my inner circle, right, and have sent people in to, try to befriend me and stuff like that. So there's been a lot of mistakes that I've made, and I want to try to stop you from making the same mistakes. In fact, I would recommend that if you do truth live podcasts like this one, that you instantly disable the chat. And what you could do is later on is open up, and this is what I'm going to do with most of my videos now, is I'm going to go back and approve comments. And I think it's the only, sensible thing to do, considering that that's what we're up against. You can't think about like all these people coming on and leaving comments as real people. You can never think about that, because many of them are the same person with multiple accounts. There are some people like Caliber Shitter, pardon me, Tim Osman, that have hundreds, if not thousands of accounts, and they have hundreds, if not thousands of Twitter accounts and stuff like that. And they have multiple personalities. They'll have whole conversations with themselves in your comments and stuff like that. This is the method that was developed by Cass Sunstein and others, right? Gustav Le Bon, many others, about how to infiltrate conspiracy movements, how to get in and, psychologically fuck with people, how to turn people against each other, how to come into truth movement and push the most absurd things as conspiracies, like flat earth, like Transasia, things like that. They're perfect examples of how the cognitive infiltration works within the truth movement. It is very real. It is very, very, very real. And nobody knows this better than me. I mean, there are very few people out there that could, accurately depict it as I could, because of my ample experience in doing this. So I'm going to try to do this tonight. I'll never hit everything. I'll never show everything in one podcast or one video, but I'll try to do the best that I can to really explain to you how it works, and who the infiltrators are, what their methods are, how they function, and how you can do your best to avoid them. So like I said, first off, if you have a podcast, that's my recommendation. Disable the chat, because the chat, if it's popular, you'll get the shows. There's no doubt about it. And they'll come in with multiple accounts. Now, you got to understand this too. It's very, 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 very important for everyone to understand. Google took over YouTube, right? Back, I think it was 2008 or whatever. I can't remember. But they took over YouTube, all right? And then when they introduced this Google Plus thing, they created the ultimate shill platform. The ultimate shill and trolling platform. It's absolutely astonishing how easy it is to make multiple accounts, how easy it is to impersonate anyone else, how easy it is to, put out just utter crap on people, to stalk people, to do all these things. Like, I showed the video with the lunatic named Steve Keys, who has been stalking me for, months and months and months, and he's still doing it, and he's still in the videos. And that is the type of stuff that YouTube will permit. You can't even get those videos taken down, because they really hate, Google really hates conspiracy theories. That's why they take down top channels like mine, because they look for any sort of, chance to get rid of you, and they do. Because they want you gone. They don't want the truth to come out. They don't want truth to be part of their platform. That is clear as day. It is the clear as day thing. So you have the ultimate trolling, shilling platform, which is YouTube. It is the ultimate. You couldn't have dreamed. Cass Sunstein himself couldn't have designed it better. Nobody could have done it better. All right, Scroogle, Eric Schmidt, that fucking ugly motherfucker. These guys, they know what they're doing, and they created this platform, I think by and large, to go after conspiracy theorists, truthers, and stuff like that. They made it so that it could be so easy for them to do, and that's what they've done. So that's very important to notice, to take note of, and that's why you have a lot of truthers out there that will disable comments or disable ratings, things like that. Mark Passio, for instance, says that he'll never let anyone comment on his videos because, he knows how it works. He knows the game. And so do I. And for so long, it's been a terrible mistake of mine to not to engage in this shit. But I learned, though. That's the difference, is that, even though I engaged with the shills and the trolls and stuff like that, I've learned a lot from that engagement. So that's what I'm going to try to share with you tonight, and try to expose some of the disinfo outlets that are out there that are here to absolutely take you down the wrong path. All right, to take you and just fill you up full of bullshit, essentially, and to make the whole truth movement look like retard fest, like a fucking bunch of flat earth morons. And that's exactly what they've done to the truth movement. That's why flat earth is the number one thing this year. It is, there's no doubt about it. When it comes to YouTube videos, there's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of videos this year that have gone up on flat earth. And you compare that to like last year or the year before, there's hardly anything. That is an operation that we watched from the inception, which grew directly out of the Trans-Asia PSYOP. This is out of Cass Sunstein's playbook of cognitive infiltration, and this is what we're going to show tonight. You have to really understand how this movement works. Do not befriend people unless you know them personally, unless you really, really fucking know them. Operate. And you just look at this and you can just imagine truthers coming in, not truthers, but ordinary people coming in and seeing all this absolute idiocy, nonsense, just ludicrous. You think of all the events that have happened, over the last, say, 6 months, and this is the only thing that he's covered is the baller skepticism and the dino hoax. That's it, all his videos. And it's clear as day what their strategy is. That's why the flat earth is one of the biggest psyops ever to be unleashed on the truther community, and everyone has to be deeply aware of it. You have to understand. And when they come after you with 9/11 stuff, where they say, well, you know, there's no planes on 9/11 and shit like that, or, you know, that nobody died on 9/11. That's one thing they love to do. They love to push that. Nobody ever died on 9/11. And that, if you go around with that attitude, you start arguing that, you are going to be like, you're going to really piss off people, because people will become so irate, because it's like people did die on that. And everyone knows that. Everyone that's, you know, not lying or dishonest or a fucking idiot or a shill knows that many people, I know people that died on 9/11, you know, so, you know, this is how they do it. And that's exactly what they do with what they're doing with, say, with Paris to a certain extent as well. Paris could be a hoax. It's possible, but there's nothing close to a smoking gun. So you have to hold off. You know, if you're intelligent, you have to hold off and say, well, I don't know what it is, because it could be a multiple of things. They could have hoaxed maybe a bomb or two, and then they could have, you know, got a bunch of fucking zealots to go in and shoot up something, right? We know that they knew that this was going to happen, but that doesn't mean it's not. They knew that 9/11 was going to happen. You know, all the inside trading, everything that went on, the insurance policies, everything that went on with 9/11. We know that they knew, but they still brought those buildings down. It wasn't an illusion. It wasn't fake. And people died. A lot of people died. A lot of people died on 9/11. And people like this scumbag argues that nobody dies on 9/11. That's what he argues. Shit like this, over and over again. Nobody died on 9/11. I know the truth about 9/11. You know, and that is to make us look like idiots. That's essentially their strategy. And you've got to understand it. You've got to understand how they come in. You've got to understand the Cass Sunstein, right? Conspiracy theories, how they're going to infiltrate all these groups, how they're going to come in and, you know, take over these movements and push total disinfo. That is their strategy. And that's how they carry it out. I only showed you small examples tonight. I showed you many examples, but I showed you small examples tonight of a much bigger problem. And it's all over. And we got to realize this. And the only way I would say, okay, there's certain ways that you can counteract this. Like I said tonight, disable the comments on your videos or on your chats. That's a good thing to do, because you're just going to deal with it. If you're a truther and you're popular and you're starting to bring in people, if you're getting hundreds of people listening to you on a podcast, disable the comments and let people come and comment later. They don't need to have the chat. It's bullshit. They created that whole thing that, you know, you need the chat and you can't ban anybody and all this bullshit. It's all garbage, because your show should be about your show. You shouldn't give a fuck about the chat. Fuck the chat. The chat sucks, all right? So if the chat sucks, you got to move beyond it. Those good people will come back to your video after listening to it and leave comments. What you can do is you can allow comments. You can only allow, like, only comments that you approve will appear. That's something I should have done right from the beginning. I probably would never be in this mess. I'm not in a mess. I mean, what it is with me is it's just I got too popular and too many people listened to me, so they came after me in a big way.
Look who the real dodo is.
Yourselves. I want nothing to do with you. No one should want anything to do with you. And you know what? Send me your fucking address and your phone number, because you know where it's gonna go? To the fucking police. Keep it up, you fucking perverted MMA pigs. Keep it up.
Look who the real dodo is, LARP boy. I live in the real world.
And since I blocked Aaron and he blocked me on both accounts, and I blocked him on both accounts, because he's blocked me first, so it was some person named Legacy of Aaron Sucks Cocks and Dicks. I bet that's Felomon. I have no beef with Felomon.
And I will always be a demon slayer. You're the one who's a shill, and I've woken plenty of people up. And yeah, I am a demon slayer.
But anyway, I've told Aaron many times, you want to come at me and talk to me like a man? I've told him I'd talk like this without calling your names and you getting mad that I talk to you, but he won't come. I called him out many times. Why do I need to continue to prove myself when I've exposed this guy? Every time I've ever did. And yeah, sometimes it was a little too far, which it was, but most of the time it was logical. But
then all of a sudden she meets up with exactly dropped into a hangout with myself, Kat, a couple of people were in, and Cosette was trying to start conversations with me, and I just didn't.
Oh, Cosette doesn't like me saying her name.
Do with it because it's just circular BS.
All right, we got to go back on that because we need to point out here. Okay, we need to point out here these YouTube fantasy words. And because I wouldn't talk to her, she flipped out and was telling everybody that Mr. Cox was an agent. There you go. So I've already made other videos about this, that I'm not the guy going around and leaving bot links on people's videos for links to sex sites, stuff like that. It's not me. But Truth Hurts, 100% Truth Hurts here is going to tell you, once again, that it's me.
I exposed everything you are. And there's another video where it shows that he made sock accounts, and basically his sock accounts would go on people's comments and put sex links. This is how perverted this guy is. Because he actually did it to one of my videos before I started shutting the comments off. He did it to one of my videos. He left 2 of them. I know it was him. So him doing that, that's pathetic.
You trying to pin it on me like other people that you're featuring in your video, that's pathetic. Everybody have a good day.
Oh, I was just going to say that people in chat are talking about drugs. I'm actually very proud of the drugs I did in the past.
Because you know what? Every time I even get interacted with you, I expose you. And all you do is run your mouth. You won't stream with me. I called you out multiple times now. In one of my beginning videos I did on you, I said I called you out twice, which I did at the time. But I called you out so many times, you chicken out all the time. You've only called me out twice, and I still came up when you called me out. So you don't want to make things fair. I do. I believe fair is fair. You want things to go your way. I don't.
Actually, the guy says that he called me out, got up on Urban's panel, and he wants to meet in a neutral spot when I've already stated that I'm not going back on Urban Disciples panel because he's abused that privilege. Period. So I've tried to stream a couple of times for the guy, and you know, I'd leave him comments on his channel with timestamps refuting his BS, but he's got it locked down. See right there. See what I'm saying?
LARP boy. Look who the real dodo is, LARP boy. I live in the real world. Shills and dumb fucks like you live in fantasy land in LARP. And
That's communism at its finest.
You freaking professional LARPers, thanks for joining in today. You guys are real pros. Make sure you sign up at the School for LARPing, ran by Tammy, that's been in the chat. Only $19.95 per course. And get a free computer, I guess. Oh, Lisa Lake said, Aaron, the un-American veteran, crying. She's crying on the internet. All right, well, everybody have a great Easter. Even though I don't look at it as Easter right now. Well, yesterday was crucifixion of my buddy. Messed up. None of y'all better been involved in that. That's been in the chat today. Especially you, Mr. Jones. All of y'all Stasi LARPers. Go have a great weekend. Happy Easter. Thanks for joining in. Peace out. Much love, blessings, prayers. Oh, I could go on. Should I just drop the panel link? Is that what I should do? Just drop the panel link. We'll get Lisa Lake up here so she can cry on my shoulder. She can tell me how rough it is out there, away from her computer, the real world. I can just see her right now. It's just so rough away from my computer. I can't handle it. Even going grocery shopping, my mommy checks the mail for me. Then on the real bad days, she'll just slide a pancake up under the door so I can keep making my puppet videos.
Hey, leave that chick alone, man. She's top notch, just like tacos, cokes, and cats. Better leave them all alone, cocks.
Hey, Tacos, what are you doing here slumming, huh? How can you handle somebody through a StreamYard app? Come on. Don't make me drop the chat link. Huh? Come on. Oh, is it almost 420 where you're at? You are in Oklahoma, huh, Illest? I figured out where the Illest is at. Yeah, yo mama, he's in Oklahoma. Is that Treach actually maybe LARPing? It probably is, huh? Jeez. No, that would be your fantasy there, Tacos. You want to just fight to make up? That was you, actually. You were asking me a while back for me to be your nemesis. You needed somebody to fight with. Yeah. But of course, she'll say, you're a liar, right? Next thing, she's going to write in the chat. You're a liar, Cox. I never wanted you to be my nemesis. Yeah, you needed somebody to play fight with. Trying to recruit me in, weren't you? You trying to recruit me in just like you were trying to recruit in urban disciples into your little cult of anti-extremists. Oh, Tacos. Yeah, if you weren't such a beach, I'd send you some Cash App money for some trees, yo. The illest. Oh, man. All right, you guys. Thanks for joining in. I'll play some music just for a minute and I'm out of here. Have a good rest of your weekend. Thanks for joining in. Peace out.
watching the replay. It is Sunday. Hey baby, is your eyeball out? Come here. Come here. Come here. Eyeball for at least 2 to 2.5 years. Because I've seen it many times where that doesn't happen and then they actually get to know each other and then they get divorced. Me and Tony were together for 5.5 years before we got married. But then like we were together for 3.5 before we proposed. Then again, we've been together for 5 years.
You know what? These people are complaining about my emotions. I'm going to tell you something. You've never been in a fight, have you? Go out and pick one somewhere and see what happens. I'm out. Bye.
Your mama still working in them $10 houses?
I don't see any other way other than to ride it out. There is a way. We organize. Each of us gets his own turf. That way you can cool all those strange freelance bitches. And when the heat comes down, all you do is cool it for a while. Meanwhile, business is still going on elsewhere. Dig, which takes care of you. The Johns don't panic. We don't jam up on each other. I respect your ambition, Willie, but you got to have vision.
Yeah, that's it. You know, there's a lot of people who don't stick to what's right, and then they moan when they get proved wrong. So,
yeah, yes.
You know.
Don't fall for it. Just step back and start verifying what people say.
Got split. Got split. I like the competition. And I can deal with any heat. Also, you dig, the bitches I run are selected to win. I mean, I'm controlling some tough, aggressive, mean-looking animals. Now, can I tell them that they can only run in one part of the jungle?
You're a pig. You're a greedy pig. And you're proud of it too, aren't you? You're just really proud. Yeah.
Got split.
I come down here and I talk to you personally, and all you can do is embarrass me.
What you see ain't all you get, baby. This ain't Sears Roebuck.